Teasefire. Good morning. Good morning. What it do? What it do? So listen, I thought, well, I woke up a little early when I put this together. Some things that was going on, and it's funny how Trump think that he can just push a button to start a war, and that these people that have been studying the U.S., and I'm sure Israel as well, for 20 years, and you can just cut it off when you want to. You just, they have allowed you to believe that you just got all power in your hands, like you are the man. And if I say I'm going to start it and I can end it when I want to, that's just what that is. And Silly Rabbit, tricks are most definitely for friends. Hey, Crystal. How are you doing today? I'm doing great, baby girl. How are you? How are you? Yeah, Silly Rabbit, tricks are for kids. If you think that you can just start a war and end it when you want to. So the supreme leader in Israel says, stop lying to yourself. Stop lying to your people. That ain't how that works. We are not talking to you, Jared, nobody else. None of that. Let me see what I got. Let me see what this says over here. Come on in.
Files. They poison your food, control your money, own. They started 2 wars to distract you from the Epstein files. They poison your food, control your money, own your reality. How are you allowing this?
Own
Jews
your
see the
reality.
entire system working as designed. Here's what's actually happening. Gates, Clinton, Prince Andrew, all exposed. Same week Pakistan attacks Afghanistan. U.S. kills Iran's leader. Everyone watching explosions. Nobody talking about Epstein. But here's the deeper game. Same people who own media own food companies. Kraft, Nestle, Unilever, BlackRock, Vanguard. They feed you seed oils, processed garbage. Label it healthy.
Stay away from the seed oil.
Watching explosions. Nobody talking about Epstein. But here's the deeper game. Same people who own media own food companies. Kraft, Nestle, Unilever, BlackRock, Vanguard. They feed you seed oils, processed garbage. Label it healthy. FDA approves it. Why? Sick people need health care. Same companies own pharmaceutical industry. Poison you with food, profit from medicine. It's one system. They also own the currency. Federal Reserve is a private bank. Prints money. Lends it to government with interest. You work your whole life for the same paper they print for free. Here's what Jews do different. We don't eat their food. We don't trust their currency. We don't believe their media. We own real estate, not dollars. Eat real food, not processed. Think critically, not emotionally. While you watch wars eating Doritos. We're buying property, cooking real meals.
Say them Doritos are the worst.
Participate. Stop eating goy slop. Stop trusting dollars. Stop believing media. Own real assets in multiple places.
So
Never
people
trust the system. Always build outside it. If you want to learn more about the Jewish wealth and
it's oftentimes I hear people saying, well, why is it not in the news? Why? They don't want it in the news. They don't want the truth in the news. That's why they're censoring. That's why they try to take the freedom of speech. They don't want us to know.
If President Trump and Pete Hegseth send the 82nd Airborne into Iran and they all get slaughtered, which is exactly what's going to happen to them, somebody needs to go to prison. I'm going to let Scott Ritter at the end of this video explain exactly how that's going to happen.
We also don't fight with stupid rules of engagement.
So I'm going to let a retired Major General explain rules of engagement.
What?
If President Trump and Pete Hegseth send the 82nd Airborne into Iran and they all get slaughtered, which is exactly what's going to happen.
That's what they say is going to happen.
Needs to go to prison. I'm going to let Scott Ritter at the end of this video explain exactly how that's going to happen.
We also don't fight with stupid rules of engagement.
So I'm going to let a retired Major General explain rules of engagement and why they're so important. But just to give you a high-level overview,
Their rules,
because Pete
guidelines,
has said that the United
structures.
States government no longer is going to go abide by these rules of engagement, and that has led to this, what's taking place in Cuba right now, because the United States has put our warships all around Cuba and completely cut off oil into their country. Their hospitals now, which have ICU units, which have babies in incubators, no longer have the ability to give oxygen and ventilate the systems for these children. So the nurses in the hospital are hand pumping these ventilators.
Hand pumping.
So they have their manual because the ventilator is failing because of blackout or something. They can just pump it manually. But they keep it up video so you can actually trust how they feel.
This is just one of many rules of engagement, which you're not allowed to do. It would be a war crime, to like bomb the water filtration system, because as much as you want to hurt the military, you got a lot of innocent civilians, women and children that are dependent, their life depends on that water, so you're not going to do something like that, because that would just be considered a war crime. But Pete Hegseth has just openly admitted, like, well, we're losing this war and we're getting our asses kicked, so we're going to win it by any means necessary, no matter how many war crimes we have to commit. So I'm going to let this retired Major General explain it to you. Check this out.
We also don't fight with stupid rules of engagement. We untie the hands of our warfighters to intimidate, demoralize, hunt, and kill the enemies of our country.
Those are the words of a potential war criminal, right there. And that is not the advice and counsel and direction that any Secretary of Defense should be providing our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines. It puts them actually in greater danger. The Secretary of Defense is a disgraced major that was kicked out of the D.C. National Guard. He has no qualifications whatsoever to be the Secretary of Defense other than his extreme loyalty to the president. Again, those are the words of a potential war criminal.
Now let Scott Ritter, who was previous a nuclear weapons inspector for the UN, explain why the United States government and our leaders should be charged with war crimes and go to prison if they get our boys slaughtered, specifically the 82nd Airborne. Check this out.
One of those 1,000 points was a girls' school that should never have been struck.
Yeah, I know.
We struck hospitals, the whole thing. This is the most criminally minded war plan in the history of war plans.
Is it criminal or stupid or both?
Criminal. No, it's first of all, when you're the Secretary of Defense and you're required by, we have a Law of Warfare Act. If you violate the Geneva Conventions grossly, there's a death penalty.
A few good men.
We have a manual of the manual of the law warfare manual. Mm-hmm. We had a directive from 2023 that created a unit that screened targets to make sure we didn't hit civilians. Hegseth came in and said, I'm doing away with all the rules. I'm disbanding that unit. We're going to disregard the law of warfare manual. We want increased lethality. And so when he said we're going to put 1,000 bombs on 1,000 targets a day, he was saying, I don't care what you kill. We kill things and break things, he said. That's what we do. There was intent, criminal intent from the very start. This was criminal and incompetent.
Yeah, I know.
We struck hospitals, the whole thing. This is the most criminally minded war plan in the history of war plans.
Is it criminal or stupid or both?
Criminal. No, it's first of all, when you're the Secretary of Defense and you're required by, we have a Law of Warfare Act. If you violate the Geneva Conventions grossly, there's a death penalty.
Yeah.
We have a manual of the manual of the law warfare manual. Mm-hmm. We had a directive from 2023 that created a unit that screened targets to make sure we didn't hit civilians. Hegseth came in and said, I'm doing away with all the rules. I'm disbanding that unit. We're going to disregard the law of warfare manual. We want increased lethality. And so when he said we're going to put 1,000 bombs on 1,000 targets a day, he was saying, I don't care what you kill. We kill things and break things, he said. That's what we do. There was intent, criminal intent from the very start. So this was criminal and incompetent. What I don't understand is why the JCS didn't resign en masse. This is a leadership failure on the part of the most senior military officers. And now they're in a situation where they're going to have to try and do something they know they can't do. If we send Marines across the beach and they die, people need to go to jail. If we send the 82nd Airborne in with the Rangers and they die, and they will die, we will not win this fight. The Iranians have been preparing for this fight for 20 years.
Yeah.
20
We're making it
years.
up as we go along.
If President Trump and Pete Hegseth send the 80-second
20 years they have been preparing for this war. How many years have we been preparing?
Iran just gave one condition to open up the Strait of Hormuz, and that was you must buy the oil in yuan, in Chinese money. And the American dollar is the petro dollar.
I don't know if I have Chinese
Everybody need
currency.
to buy oil with American
I have
money,
others,
and that's why we
but
sell
I saw
treasury
it the other
bonds,
day.
and we can get the loans for free. No interest in none of that, because, we the
Get you
Iran
some
just gave
yen.
one condition to open up the Strait of Hormuz, and that was you must buy the oil in yuan, in Chinese money. And the American dollar is the petro dollar. Everybody need to buy oil with American money, and that's why we can sell treasury bonds, and we can get the loans for free. No interest in none of that, because, we the world standard on the oil money. Now, Iran just switched it up. Chinese is now the oil standard. If you want the oil to move through the Strait of Hormuz, Iran just gave one condition.
They
to open
just
up the
switched
Strait of
it up.
Hormuz, and that was you must buy the oil in yuan, in Chinese money.
They don't flip the
One
script.
condition to open up the Strait of Hormuz, and that was you must buy the oil in yuan, in Chinese money. And
Hey, Mimi.
the American dollar is the petro dollar. Everybody need to buy oil with American money, and that's why we can sell treasury bonds, and we can get the loans for free. No interest in none of that, because, we the world standard on the oil money. Now, Iran just switched it up. Chinese is now the oil standard. If you want the oil to move through the Strait of Hormuz, Hormuz is well it's called. So, start buying Chinese dollars, y'all. Every empire comes to an end. We had a nice run.
Every empire comes to an end.
The American dollar is the petro dollar. Everybody need to buy oil with American money, and that's why we can sell treasury bonds, and we can get the loans for free. No interest in none of that, because, we the world standard on the oil money. Now, Iran just switched it up. Chinese is now the oil standard. If you want the oil to move through the Strait of Hormuz, Hormuz is well it's called. So, start buying Chinese dollars, y'all. Every empire comes to an end. We had a nice run.
Wow.
It's a wrap. Iran just gave one condition.
Hey, bro, want to go open the Strait of Hormuz? I'm a little busy today, bro, but you go.
Everybody laughing at him.
What do you want now? Want to go open Hormuz with me? I can't, bro. My car broke down. Hello? Hey, how about camping in Hormuz? What do you say? Not today, bro. I'm doing laundry. Fuck! Hey, bro, want to go open the Strait of Hormuz? And this is why Donald Trump looked very scared today. This is Jeffrey Epstein's accountant, Richard Kahn, who testified under oath to the House Oversight Committee. And what he confirmed is that Jane Doe number 4 received a settlement from Jeffrey Epstein's estate.
Is it true that Jane Doe 4, the citation is Doe versus Jeffrey Epstein, 1:19 CV 07675, Southern District of New York, received a financial settlement directly from the estate, as her attorney is claiming?
I'm sorry, I don't know who Jane Doe 4 is.
She's the person who has been widely described as alleging that President Trump raped or abused her when she was 13 in the 1980s. And her attorney is out there, has said that she received a settlement from the estate.
Congressman, may I just tell him who Jane Doe 4 is? Just
Yes.
Hey, melanated queen. Good morning.
Okay, I believe I understand who you're referring to. If you don't mind, may you please repeat the question?
Oh, now you need the question repeated.
I believe I understand who.
You know exactly who he's talking about.
As alleging that President Trump raped or abused her when she was 13 in the 1980s. And her attorney is out there has said that she received a settlement from the estate.
Congressman, may I just tell him who Jane Doe 4 is, just so he refreshes him?
Okay, I believe I understand who you're referring to. If you don't mind, may you please repeat the question?
Is it true that she received a financial settlement directly from the estate? Her attorney said that she has.
I believe that Jane Doe 4 received a settlement via mediation with the estate, I believe in 2025.
And for those of you who are not familiar with Jane Doe number 4, she's the woman that said Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein raped her when she was around 13 to 15 years old. And now we got proof. So, what this means, ladies and gentlemen, is
The
Donald
evidence
Trump
is there.
needs to resign.
Absolutely.
He needs to resign. He needs to be impeached and removed immediately. Because this is what they are covering up.
Oh, it's more than that they covering up. This is the last one over here.
Iran has shot down another F-16 fighter jet.
Another.
What does that tell you? We're now up to, I think it's 17 fighter jets that Iran has shot down.
Now, mind you, they don't want us to know this.
At least
Major
17.
networks don't cover
It tells you
the
that
real
their
numbers.
weapons technology is on par. And they are definitely in the fight.
How many
Donald Trump knows
fighter jets?
Iran has shot down another F-16 fighter jet. What does that tell you? We're now up to, I think it's 17 fighter jets that Iran has shot down. Iran has shot down another F-16 fighter jet. What does that tell you? We're now up to, I think it's 17 fighter jets that Iran has shot down. At least 17. It tells you that their weapons technology is
Or
on
more
par.
advanced than
And
ours.
they are definitely in the fight. Donald Trump knows that America is going to get slaughtered. He is sending
He is sending them
What does that tell you?
intentionally
we're now up to
be
I
slaughtered.
think it's 17 fighter jets that Iran has shot down. At least 17. It tells you that their weapons technology is on par. And they are definitely in the fight. Donald Trump knows that America is going to get slaughtered. He is sending 7,500 Marines to their slaughter on Carg Island. These men and women are going to be slaughtered. That's it. They're being put into a meat grinder and going to come home in boxes. C-130s full of bodies. That's what we're about to see. All because Donald Trump wants to stay out of prison for raping children. The Epstein files. That's what they're hiding. That's the whole thing. But America, your children, your sons and daughters, will be conscripted. There will be a draft. But Donald Trump is going to try to avoid that because he's about to use tactical nuclear weapons.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the 48-hour ultimatum was. He's about to use tactical nuclear weapons on Iran. And when he does that, that opens the door to the rest of the world using tactical nuclear
And they
weapons.
waiting.
This is what's coming. Escalation. Get your children ready. Get your older children ready in boxes. C-130s full of bodies. That's what 7,500 Marines to their slaughter on Carg Island. These men and women are going to be slaughtered. That's it. They're being put into a meat grinder and going to come home in boxes. C-130s full of bodies. That's what we're about to see. All because Donald Trump wants to stay out of prison for raping children. The Epstein files. That's what they're hiding. That's the whole thing. But America, your children, your sons and daughters, will be conscripted. There will be a draft. But Donald Trump is going to try to avoid that because he's about to use tactical nuclear weapons.
Hey, Ray Young.
That's what the 48-hour ultimatum was. He's about to use tactical nuclear weapons on Iran. And when he does that, that opens the door to the rest of the world using tactical nuclear weapons. This is what's coming. Escalation.
Let us pray. Pray.
Get your children ready.
Pray.
Get your older children ready for war, and tell your little children that hard times are coming. Because the children...
I read somewhere where they were trying to raise the age limit to like 46 or 49, in the 40s, for drafting. For drafting. Maybe they finna start with Memphis, since Memphis have all those guns and, you know, well versed in. I don't know. This makes no sense. This is not our war.
Your children, your sons and daughters, will be conscripted. There will be a draft. But Donald Trump is going to try to avoid that because he's about to use tactical nuclear weapons. That's what the 48-hour ultimatum was. He's about to use tactical nuclear weapons on Iran. And when he does that, that opens the door to the rest of the world using tactical nuclear weapons. This is what's coming. Escalation. Get your children ready. Get your older children ready for war, and tell your little children that hard times are coming, because the children are going to be in shock. God loves you. I love you. Iran has shot down
I love you
another...
too. Let's go. Let's start here. Operation Epic Fury.
U.S. and Israel striking regime sites across Iran as Operation Epic Fury continues. President Trump says negotiations are underway to end the fighting, and Iran says he's negotiating with himself. Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst joins us live from Tel Aviv with the latest. Trey.
I'm surprised Fox said that.
Operation Epic Fury grinds.
I'm surprised that, you know, Fox News said it. He talking to himself. Who he talking to? He ain't talking to me. Who he talking to? He ain't talking to me. I'm surprised that they didn't go along with the lie. He in bad shape if even Fox 4 ain't going along with the lie. Fox 4 and CNN, they soft report. They don't tell the truth.
Yeah, hey, Brian, good morning. As Operation...
Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst joins us live from Tel Aviv with the latest. Trey.
Yeah, hey, Brian, good morning. As Operation Epic Fury grinds on, there is talk of diplomacy once again across the Middle East. Egypt, Pakistan, and Turkey are reportedly leading mediations as Gulf countries come under continued Iranian attack. Tuesday, President Trump said Iran had given him a present worth a tremendous amount of money. He didn't elaborate on what the gift was, but said it's a sign they're dealing with the right people. As the framework for current negotiations is ongoing, here's what President Trump had to say.
It all starts with they cannot have a nuclear weapon. Just, I said yesterday, they said, what are the top 10? I said, well, number 1, 2, and 3 is they can't have a nuclear weapon. And they're not going to have a nuclear weapon, and we're talking about that. And I don't want to say in advance, but they've agreed they will never have a nuclear weapon. They've agreed to that.
They never had one.
Iranian officials are reporting
they probably building one now.
The United States is buying time before more intense operations, but the president
that's been the ongoing lie. Y'all hit your like button, please.
In the talks amid aimed at ending the war. U.S. and Israeli strikes have continued over the past 24 hours, putting new pressure on the Iranian regime. And overnight, Iran launched more barrages of ballistic missiles toward Israel. One of the cluster munitions landed in a religious community just outside of Tel Aviv, wounding at least 9 people.
The Iranians plan to launch hundreds of missiles towards Israel on the first day of the operation. They fired fewer than 100 on the first day and half that amount on the second day. We disrupted these intentions and continue to disrupt them. The number of launches decreased very quickly. The average is roughly about 10 missiles per day. The regime tries to concentrate its efforts every few days and launch more broadly, mainly towards population centers.
The Iranians are still continuing their attacks against Gulf countries and Israel. There have been 4 missile barrages since midnight here. And so while there is this talk of diplomacy, Iran is not showing any serious effort to try and end this conflict. Brian.
It doesn't seem like the U.S. is either. Thanks, Trey. Here to discuss more is former speechwriter to George W. Bush, Fox News contributor Mark Thiessen. Mark, you described this effort as the ball is now on the 20-yard line in Iran's own end, but the last 20 yards are going to be the toughest. What do you mean?
That's exactly right. Look, this Operation Epic Fury has been one of the greatest military successes that we've had in my lifetime. We are actually dismantling their ability to project force outside their borders. We are dismantling their terror infrastructure. We're dismantling their infrastructure of repression. They are reeling right now. And so what President Trump is doing is he's following a 2-track policy. He is negotiating with the regime and giving them the chance to capitulate while he is pummeling them relentlessly from the air. And so after 3 weeks of effectively 3 weeks of operations, we've got them at the 20-yard line. But you got to get into the end zone to score. You don't get any points for being at the 20-yard line. And so the question is, how do we finish those last 20 yards? The last 20 yards are the hardest. What's left? All the easy targets have been hit. What's left is the hardened targets, the hidden targets, the deeply buried stuff, and we're dismantling that. We have a plan to do that, but at the same time, he's giving the Iranians a chance to end this at the negotiating table, and he's right to pursue that.
Right. So we have 5,000 Marines coming in 2 separate ships. We got about between 1,000 and 3,000 from the
targets, the hidden targets, the deeply buried stuff. And we're dismantling that. We have a plan to do that. But at the same time, he's giving the Iranians a chance to end this at the negotiating table, and he's right to pursue that.
Right. So we have 5,000 Marines coming in 2 separate ships. We got about between 1,000 and 3,000 from the 82nd Airborne. Is that part of scoring, and continuing your analogy, getting through that last 20 yards? And would that include opening up the strait by taking some of those islands?
Yeah, so it gives us more options, obviously, right? So, it gives us the option to. So how does this thing end? It ends with no nuclear weapons, no nuclear fissile material.
It ends with things that was never there.
No massacring protesters, right? And so how do you enforce that? You put the regime in a vice grip, right? And if they violate any of those terms after the kinetic operations happen, you squeeze them. And if this operation will end, the United States will effectively control Karg Island. Doesn't necessarily mean we're going to have to land on Karg Island, but we can control it militarily, and we will open the Strait of Hormuz, and that means we will control 96% of Iran's oil production. Right? That's like Venezuela. We will control Iran's oil, and that means we will control their economy, and then we will have the ability to strike them if they misbehave again. So they will be effectively neutered as a terrorist state. Right. And that can be accomplished peacefully, or that can be accomplished at the negotiating table.
We just don't. I mean, we're seeing hit after hit after hit. We don't have a sense of what's happening on the ground. But there is a sense that at least 300 of the besieged have been killed. There's a sense that the people of Iran are waiting for the go sign from Israel and the U.S. to go out back into the streets again, but we don't want to see a massacre like would happen. Let's take a look at the board right now, and these are some of the most notable names that are still left. We got a lot that are dead, but there's still left. We're trying to figure out who we might be talking to through emissaries or directly. Do you have a sense of who it is? Because we keep hearing it's a parliamentary speaker, and then other people say he does not have the leverage. It's got to be someone in the IRGC. And now we hear that they rather speak with J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio
they don't even want to talk to
and Jared Kushner. Your thoughts?
What is his position?
I think that whoever we're talking to is someone who has the
Is he a
authority
part of the cabinet?
to negotiate on behalf of the regime. Trump said the other day that they gave us a gift. He didn't say what that is, but it's a proof. Whatever it was a proof.
They gave him the truth.
That they are speaking for the government. So look, these
negotiations
are real. Anyone who's running around saying, "Oh, I trust Iran more than I trust Donald Trump," is an idiot.
Let's be clear. They are being more truthful than Trump. Bottom line, they knocking down every lie he tell us, because all he do is lie, 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 lie. Yeah, that's all he do is lie. He faking the funk. And then go behind the scenes begging and crying, asking people, they won't take my call. Will you talk to him, please? We ready to stop. It wasn't supposed to go this long. It wasn't supposed to affect all the, I'm losing my base. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing this shit that I already had bowel problems for hell. What problems I didn't have, I have now. Yeah, you losing everything. You losing your cases. You losing your judges. You losing everything that you had in place. Yeah, that you had staged in place, that you had positioned to overthrow, overturn, not follow directions, not follow orders, not follow the Constitution of the Union. Just do everything. Airport, you putting ICE, you know, you turning our military against the U.S. citizens. You giving more leeway to foreign countries than you are giving to the people whose money you're using to fund this bull crap. Yeah, I do believe them. I believe every time he lies, they come out and set the record straight. Period. And now you want our people. I thought you obliterated everything. Why do we have to be feet on the boots on the ground? Every time you lie, you come back around and show us that you full of shit. You ain't done nothing but waste tax people money. You're stealing. You act like you think you God. That's okay, devil.
Yeah, that's
You're
one
a lie.
idiot, but that's one idiot, but there are many idiots running around saying that. The negotiations are real. He's right to pursue them. It doesn't mean the negotiations are going to succeed. But he's
they're
also
not real.
not pausing while he's negotiating. He is pummeling them from the air relentlessly as he's doing that, and he's right to do so. Like Jack Keane says, we need another 3 weeks to exit.
Oh, yeah, I can't. Y'all know that some things I'm just not going to be able, I can't listen to them lies for too long without it just really irking me, getting up under my skin. Hey, Renee. Y'all know I'm normally not up this early like this on YouTube. But I woke up early listening to a bunch of things going on that, of course, you got to go to the media where it's telling you the truth, not censored, in order to get a better understanding of what's really going on. Let me get here.
Your program, including electricity. Donald Trump is panicking as Iran has instantly rejected Donald Trump's proposal to end the war, which Iran sees as a surrender. Donald Trump has been desperately trying to reach out to Iran through intermediaries in the Middle East, like Egypt and like Pakistan. And Iran says, first and foremost, we will not have any negotiations.
There's more
with
than
Jared
Iran
Kushner
against
or
us.
Steve
Iraq.
Witkoff. Iran refers to them as the, quote, backstabbing negotiators, and they refuse to even speak with them anymore.
Who are we?
And Iran says, first and foremost, we will not have any negotiations with Jared Kushner or Steve Witkoff. Iran refers to them as the, quote, backstabbing negotiators, and they refuse to even speak with them anymore.
Why are they backstabbers? Because twice they've been in negotiation, and while they was negotiating, thinking things were moving forward, things where they were moving full steam ahead, Trump push a button, sends a missile.
Foremost, we will not have any negotiations with Jared Kushner or Steve Witkoff. Iran refers to them as the, quote, backstabbing negotiators, and they refuse to even speak with them anymore. In addition, Iran says that anything essentially short of a surrender by the United States would be unacceptable at this point, and Iran has stated that if Donald Trump wants to negotiate with Iran about a resolution, that Donald Trump and the Trump regime would have to agree to the following terms. Let's take a look at what those terms are. Iran says that the following terms must be met. Number one, the closure of all U.S. bases in the Gulf region. Number two, a new Strait of Hormuz framework that would allow Iran to collect fees from ships that transit the waterway, as Egypt now does with the Suez Canal. In addition, Iran says that there must be an end to all sanctions against Iran. There must be an end to Israeli operations against Lebanese Hezbollah. There can be no discussions on Iran's ballistic missiles. And Iran also says that it must have guarantees that a war would not restart and not have additional strikes by the United States and Israel ever again. Further, the top spokesperson for the Iranian Revolutionary Guard
is how it
put out
becomes
the
an
following
endless
message
war.
as well. You have reached a stage in your negotiations, U.S. and Donald Trump, where you are now negotiating with yourselves. Do not call...
Negotiating with who? Who are you negotiating with? So is he calling them mental? We're not even talking to you. So you are negotiating in that mirror. Y'all remember when I showed y'all him talking to himself in the mirror, and when he said he was having a meeting and he was talking to himself in the mirror. So you're negotiating in the mirror by yourself. So the gift, you gifted yourself. Because they're not even accepting your calls, your texts, none of that. This is crazy, y'all. This is crazy. So this is what they have to do. Every time he lies, they got to come back and put the truth out. Yes, I believe them more than I believe Trump. Absolutely.
And not have additional strikes by the United States and Israel ever again. Further, the top spokesperson for the Iranian Revolutionary Guard put out the following message as well. You have reached a stage in your negotiations, U.S. and Donald Trump, where you are now negotiating with yourselves. Do not call your defeat an agreement. There will be no news of your investments in the region.
So they telling us, y'all, we are losing. See, the problem is Trump don't want us to know how many people have lost their lives on our end, our military. They dare not tell us the real numbers. They trying to act like only 7 people have lost their lives in the U.S., but they have shot down, blew up several military bases, U.S. bases on foreign land. So no military people was at work? I mean, is that what they trying to tell us? Yeah, no, that's a lie.
And you will not see the former price of energy and oil. Stop proposing nonsense. Stop pretending you are negotiating with us. If you don't agree to our terms of surrender, we are uninterested in having any communications with you. And don't call your defeat an agreement. Meanwhile, Donald Trump and his regime were proposing a 30-day ceasefire and a 15-point plan, which Iran says, well, it seems like all you're offering us is for you and Israel to be able to use a ceasefire in order to build back up your munitions to then further attack us during the ceasefire. So here is what the U.S. proposed to Iran, and then Iran countered with the terms that I just gave you. The U.S. demanded that Iran must dismantle its existing nuclear capabilities. Iran must commit never to pursue nuclear weapons. There will be no uranium enrichment on the Iranian territory. Iran must hand its stockpile of some 450 kilograms of uranium enriched to 60% to the International Atomic Energy Agency in the near future, in a timetable to be agreed. The Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordow nuclear facilities must be dismantled. Pause there. Donald, didn't you say you'd fully obliterated those facilities?
I know, right?
The IAEA, the UN's nuclear watchdog, must be granted full access, transparency, and oversight inside Iran. Iran must abandon its regional proxy paradigm. Iran must cease the funding, direction, and arming of its regional proxies. The Strait of Hormuz must remain open and function as a free maritime corridor. Iran's missile program must be limited in both range and quantity. Any future use of missiles would be restricted to self-defense. In return, Iran would benefit as follows: full lifting of sanctions imposed by the international community. The U.S. would assist Iran in advancing its civilian nuclear program, including electricity generation at the Bushehr nuclear plant, and the so-called snapback mechanism, which allows for the automatic reimposition of sanctions if Iran fails to comply, would be removed. And Iran says those terms are nonsense. That's just a way that Trump and Netanyahu are trying to buy additional time. Iran
buy additional time to do what?
Iran says, we know your tricks and we're done with them, and we don't.
Because they've studied them for, well, the U.S. for 20 years. So these stall tactics is to try to regroup on ammunition. Let's go.
To buy additional time. Iran says, we know your tricks and we're done with them, and we don't trust any of that. You must agree to our terms first, which I just read to you. A few data points that I think are important to reflect on as well right now. Number one, LNG from the Middle East is running out, and places like Taiwan are very dependent on it. Taiwan, whose electrical grid relies on the liquefied natural gas for 40% of its power generation, has an LNG emergency stockpile that will last around 11 days. Taiwan may be forced to ration power or reduce electricity to its industrial sector. Rationing power, rationing oil, rationing supplies, just like we saw during COVID, is back. We're seeing it across the world. And again, this is a natural consequence of Donald Trump and his regime's incompetence. You also have the Iranian armed forces spokesman saying in a statement in Arabic the following, just released this statement: "Dear Muslim brothers, we do not need a country that is thousands of kilometers away to ensure our region's security, nor do we need a country that views Islamic countries as cash cows. What good has America and its bases in the region brought you?" The spokesman added, "We must learn from the mistakes of the past and the lack of supportive force which caused the Arabs' defeat in the 1967 and 1973 wars. We must unite to ensure our security and establish a comprehensive defense union." On the other hand, American media leaked that Iran is expressing a preference for negotiating with J.D. Vance, although Iran isn't confirming that at all, and that seems to be coming from just the United States. Now, I will show you what Iran is releasing.
Well, if that was the case, then why would I thought that they were in negotiation with Trump?
Pushing forward, as I mentioned in other videos, 86 Airborne Division elite paratrooper units and others from the 82nd Airborne Division who are all and that seems to be coming from just the United States. Now, I will show you what Iran is releasing, because, folks, American media leaked that Iran is expressing a preference for negotiating with J.D. Vance, although Iran isn't confirming that at all, and that seems to be coming from just the United States. Now, I will show you what Iran is releasing, because, folks, things are escalating. You have U.S. troops pushing forward, as I mentioned in other videos, 86 Airborne Division elite paratrooper units and others from the 82nd Airborne Division who are heading to the Middle East. You have the Marine Expeditionary Unit aboard the USS Tripoli, which will arrive in the Middle East on Friday for a potential ground invasion of the Karg Island in the northern Persian Gulf. That's where a lot of the oil reserves and oil is generated in Iran, right there on the Karg Island. So we believe there may be a ground invasion coming up there. So escalation there by the U.S. and Israel. On the other hand, Iran responding as well with Iranian-backed militias carrying out successful FPV, first-person view, drone strikes on Camp Victory in Iraq, successfully hitting multiple targets, and Iran is releasing this footage. You'll see over here one of the FPV attack munitions hitting a parked UH-60 Black Hawk. You see it right there. Here you'll take a look at a strike on an operating ANPQ-64 Sentinel radar. Just watch as you'll see these FPV drones, these first-person viewing drones right here, traveling around basically with impunity, not being shot down. They use these swarm techniques, though, where they put a lot of these drones in different directions all at once. So you put a dozen or several dozen drones all over the place with decoys as well, and then you maneuver the ones that are armed, and most of them are armed, but you maneuver them towards, whether it's the Black Hawk, whether it's towards the radar. And I mean, you just see in these videos that it's been relatively easy for Iran to strike these targets. And Iran's sending a message. We can do this at any time if we want to. So you remember yesterday, I've covered this on a lot of videos. I don't think I need to play it again I don't think I need to play it again. Where Donald Trump held that bizarre press conference in the Oval Office where he said, Iran gave me a gift. We got this beautiful gift from Iran. What a lovely gift that they sent us. And it was such a great present.
But I thought they wasn't supposed to take
gifts. Iran
gifts.
responded.
Why would they send them gifts?
State regime media called MER. And that's their state regime.
Oh, because he gave them a gift? When he removed some sanctions? Oh. Let's go. Please hit the like button.
And it's the Iranian regime saying, we're sending you the gift, Donald. Here's the gift that we're sending you, the big, beautiful gift. And it's a ballistic missile. And it's actually a ground-to-ground missile strike that Iran alleges hit the U.S. base in Erbil in Iraq. This is the gift we sent Trump, is what they said. Here, let's play this clip right here.
Oh my God, they are calling his name. Oh. He said a beautiful gift. That's the gift. That's the beautiful gift. Oh my God.
Also, you have Iran just kind of mocking Donald Trump and his regime, and they have their propagandists creating like Lego animation videos. I'll show you the latest one they just dropped. Here, let's play this clip right here.
Yeah, make America great again now. We will see what happens, yeah. Watch this. Sacred defense, we protecting the soil.
And then in response, you have the United States and Israel saying that for now they are not planning to murder, drop site,
Yeah, make America great again now. We will see what happens, yeah. Watch this. Sacred defense, we protecting the soil.
And then in response, you have the United States and Israel. One they just dropped here. Let's play this clip right here.
Tails, this shit crazy. Yeah, make America great again now. We will see what happens, yeah. Watch this. Sacred defense, we protecting the soil.
And then in response, you have the United States and Israel saying that for now they are not planning to murder, drop site, Iran's chief diplomat, Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, or the Parliament Speaker Mohammed Bagher Ghalibaf. And on C14 News Israel, which is one of like their Fox there, right? It's what's one of their top channels right there. They're saying that Israel would be open to the assassination of these two senior political figures. It's one of their options, but they're not going to pull the trigger yet to kill them. That's how they're talking about it on Israel TV. Iran, meanwhile, has responded to the potential for a U.S. ground invasion as follows. For years, we have been waiting for the American entry. We just have one message for the American soldiers: come closer, come closer. This, as I mentioned before, the Pentagon has deployed 5,000.
So they taunting us. Huh? They telling us to come closer. That's not it. Y'all, this is the craziest mess ever. This is the craziest mess ever. And this is supposed to be America first. U.S. first. And they saying we're not getting mega. What is mega?
This shit crazy. Yeah, make America great again now. We will see what happens, yeah. Watch this. Sacred defense, we protecting the soil.
And then in response, you have the United States and Israel saying that for now they are not planning to murder, so drop site, Iran's chief diplomat, Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, or the Parliament Speaker Mohammed Bagher Ghalibaf. And on C14 News Israel, which is one of like their Fox there, right? It's what's one of their top channels right there. They're saying that Israel would be open to the assassination of these two senior political figures. It's one of their options, but they're not going to pull the trigger yet to kill them. That's how they're talking about it on Israel TV. Iran, meanwhile, has responded to the potential for a U.S. ground invasion as follows. For years, we have been waiting for the American entry. We just have one message for the American soldiers: come closer, come closer. This, as I mentioned before, the Pentagon has deployed 5,000 additional Marines and thousands of other soldiers from the 82nd and others who are heading to the Middle East. Worth talking about what's going on in Lebanon right now. Israeli attacks have killed over 1,072 people and wounded about 2,966 people since March 2nd. This is according to the Lebanese Health Ministry, saying Tuesday. This says Israel is having this essentially this ground invasion into Lebanon. We've seen Beirut basically reduced to rubble the last 24 hours. 33 killed, 90 wounded, from what we can see in the photos and visuals, mostly women and children. And so we'll keep you posted every step of the way throughout the day on the Midas. I'll just share this with you as well. So yesterday, as Donald Trump talks about a month-long ceasefire with Iran, which Iran's like, we're not going to do, that drops the oil prices at one point yesterday down to $86.50 per barrel. The market manipulation is so flagrant and so obvious. Trump will make up. I mean, the whole week so far has been Trump market manipulation, right? It starts Monday morning. Donald Trump lies. He says we have a peace deal with Iran in principle. So the markets were going to crash, and then they temporarily rebounded on that news. Then Donald Trump yesterday says, oh, actually, we want a 30-day ceasefire. We're having productive conversations, right? The markets rebound. Iran's like, we're not doing any of this. What are you talking about? And Iran's whole view is that Trump and Netanyahu are doing this as a trick, that this is to buy time for a ground invasion. We can't have serious negotiations because the last time we negotiated, we were invaded. You know, the war started when we thought we had a deal in principle. So now you want us to negotiate to buy time. You want a ceasefire to rebuild your munitions and to you're running low on munitions and interceptors. So you want time. Why would we give you time? Is what Iran's saying. Iran's like, we're not dumb. We know why you want to do this. And Donald Trump's out there like, they gave me a gift. They gave me a present. Oh, we're really grateful for what they've done. And meanwhile, like, let's not forget, there were hundreds of thousands, if not more, pro-democracy protesters from Iran in January who were begging for help. And Trump said, I'm going to help you. I've got your back. And then Trump didn't have their back. He didn't even have troops anywhere near to help them. And they were massacred by the thousands and thousands. And now as Donald Trump talks about doing partnerships with the Ayatollah and working with the Ayatollah, if there are these large pro-democracy contingencies in Iran, why would they rise up if they know that you're going to throw them under the bus and get them massacred while you're out there talking about Iran giving you gifts and Iran's responding by mocking you, sending their first-person viewing drones right into Camp Victory and showing how easy they can destroy American military, and then sending these ground-to-ground missiles that are saying, here's your gift, Donald. I mean, this is truly a humiliation ritual for the United States of America. It's like the most humiliating moment in the history of our country right now. I don't know how else you can see it. Anyway, hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million.
Never, ever have I seen anything like this in all my life. This is the craziest. Hold on, let's move to the next one. Y'all, please hit the like button as you enter in. I would greatly appreciate it. I was going to listen to James Carville, but he had way too many way too many F-bombs, baby. Ooh, and I tell you, he had a whole bunch of them. Oh my goodness. Hold on, I think it's something. Them folk was talking. I can't take too many lies. Swamp President Dose. Hold on.
Everyone, I'm going to say this again as clearly as possible. This shutdown is a choice made by Democrats. It's a conscious decision by Democrats to put violent, illegal criminals ahead of American people. That's their choice. Let's talk about what was happening before this shutdown. Law enforcement officers were doing their sworn duty, arresting and deporting dangerous individuals who should have never been in the country to begin with. We're talking about
all your life they've had. Oh my! How can you say that's what's in the press? That's what's in the
lives every day of Americans. People who threaten our families. People who threaten the safety of our children. These are the convictions of the violent, illegal criminals who were arrested in just my home state. Now, in Chicago,
what about in the president's office?
Family.
What about the cabinet?
She was just 18
What about
years
Congress?
old
What about the lawmakers?
and had her whole life ahead of her. Sadly, her parents will never see her graduate and walk across the stage. That's a shame. And it could have been and should have been prevented. Why? All because Democrats flooded our country with violent, illegal criminals like the Venezuelan who murdered.
Hey, Spartan.
He was released into our country by the Biden administration, arrested for shoplifting, then released again, because once wasn't enough. You got to release him, let him go back, commit another crime, and then release him again. Maybe the third time's a charm. Then released again by the Biden administration. Just think of that. Think of that. Think if that was your child. Just think about that for a minute. As a mother, it absolutely infuriates me because Democrats are refusing to put my children, our children, American children, over these violent, illegal
Release the
criminals.
full Epstein
That's
files.
not hypothesis. That is fact. And if you don't believe it, why don't you talk to Sheraton's parents? I just get irritated, and I can't believe this is going on in America. Democrats are back to their old chant, defund the police. I mean, that is who they are. Make them own that. Here's the thing, though. It's time, not just a slogan. This is a shutdown of our homeland security. And the consequences are real.
Lisa
Just look at the
McCain, make
numerous
sure y'all
terrorist
bought her
attacks
ass
that have
out.
happened on
She on
American
lies. She
soil
stuck on lies.
in just the last few weeks. Attacks by violent terrorists on our homeland that have taken the lives of innocent Americans. Of course, while all of this is happening, Republicans have actually done the responsible thing. See, we stand with law enforcement. We stand with the victims. We don't stand with the criminals. We actually stand with the family of Sheridan. We don't stand with the violent criminals. The Democrats do, but we don't. And please remind them of that. Because Hakeem Jeffrey couldn't even denounce this. I mean, that is sick. That is sad, right? Listen, while all of this is going on, Republicans have to do the responsible thing, and we are going to continue to do the responsible thing. We have voted again and again to fund our homeland security to protect Americans. And we're going to do it again this week with a clean DHS funding bill. And like last week, and the week before, I expect that nearly every single Democrat will vote to defund law enforcement again. Every single one of them will vote to expose the American people to threats of terrorism. They will be voting to make communities less safe, and they will risk the lives of the American people to make sure that we protect the violent criminals, right? Those are your Democrats. Those are the Democrats that you all support. It sickens me. I'm here to protect Americans, and I'm here to protect law-abiding citizens. And that's what we're going to vote again. We're going to stop playing politics. We're going to put the American people first again. And I will close by saying this. Thank you, President Trump, for doing what the Democrats refuse to do. And thank you for always putting Americans first. Thank you for using every single resource at your disposal to keep Americans safe. And to the Democrats, it's really simple. Fund the Homeland Security and represent the people that elected you. Supposedly they should be Americans, but represent the American people. Fund our law enforcement and get on board with deporting violent, illegal criminals that threaten the safety of every single American. This isn't hard. This is common sense. Thank you. Jay? You're going to want to put it up now.
Lisa, why is this podium so short?
Just put it up as well.
Folks, we are here today because of a terrible tragedy last week. Last Thursday morning, 18-year-old Sheridan Gorman was walking in a park with her friends when she was tragically shot and killed by a man who was in this country illegally. And here are the facts. He had been
Has anybody heard about this Sheridan girl?
Twice. Most recently,
This is the first time I've heard about it. Is it made up?
He was released despite the request of the U.S. government that he be detained and deported. And he was released as a result of sanctuary city policies and, unfortunately, sanctuary state policies like those in my home state of California. Now, regardless of what party we belong to, we should all be able to agree that this situation was completely unacceptable. I think most of us have children, grandchildren, friends that were about that age. I do myself. And I can't imagine the heartache that Sheridan's parents are going through this morning. This incident was 100% preventable. It should not have occurred. And the American people expect us to put a stop to the policies that allowed this situation to occur, because those policies still persist today. It's not a partisan issue. It shouldn't be a partisan issue. This should never happen again.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Juan Ciscomani. I'm from District 6 in Arizona, a district with an international airport, border with Mexico. Many Border Patrol and CBP agents, ICE, HSI, and other Homeland Security personnel living in my district. A state that gets struck by devastating wildfires every year, where FEMA is essential to the survival of the state. First and foremost, I want to say this to all DHS employees: thank you. Thank you for showing up to work every single day. Thank you for what you do for our nation. Thank you for showing up in spite of not getting paid right now. This shutdown, which has been purely inflicted by House and Senate Democrats, is not your fault. And you shouldn't be paying the consequences of the Democrats' political games. It is wrong, and it is personal to all of you to have to go without a paycheck for now 40 days. That is absolutely wrong. As Vice Chairman of the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Homeland Security, I directly worked on this funding bill. And I can assure you that we did this funding bill in coordination, cooperation, and work with Democrats. They worked on this bill. They agreed to it. They were okay with it. And this was going through until they decided to let political games and political extremism come into play, and now putting people's lives in danger. We owe it to these men and women to provide the certainty of their next paycheck, not chaos, and we owe it to our constituents to prioritize national security, not political extremism. Now, we're taking action this week with my bill, Pay Our Homeland Defenders Act, which will be considered by the House tomorrow. We expect Democrats to once again vote to defund law enforcement, vote against our national security interests. This legislation is straightforward, though. It ensures the TSA agents and all DHS personnel, all of them, are paid for their critical work they do, even as broader negotiations continue on this. Now, remember, the bill that we're going to vote for tomorrow is the same one that they negotiated and we were okay at a conference for. And I want to do a special urge and a specific urge to Senate Democrats to end this shutdown immediately, including both of Arizona senators, Senator Mark Kelly and Senator Ruben Gallego. You are again, I emphasize on again, being paid while withholding pay from thousands of federal employees and putting our national security at risk once again. That is shameful. End this shutdown now, the weakest this week, to end it and go back to securing our national interest. Thank you. Sheridan Gorman was just 18 years old. She had her whole life ahead of her, as Lisa said. A freshman in college, looking for the northern lights with her friends, only to be shot in the head by an illegal alien who was caught and released by the Biden administration, and who had also been arrested in Chicago and released because of Democrat sanctuary policies, because of another incompetent governor and incompetent leader. Sheridan was not at the wrong place at the wrong time. She was exactly where she should have been, making memories with her friends in her first year of college. The only person in the wrong place was her killer, who should have never been allowed into America to begin with, let alone allowed to remain in the country after committing crimes. If Democrats had their way, this would be the story of every city in America. The illegal alien who killed Sheridan Gorman is exactly who Democrats are fighting to protect with their needless shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security. Their absurd list of demands paints a clear picture. Open borders, limited deportations, and violent illegal aliens roaming free. Democrats want to return America to the days of the Biden border crisis. But that's not going to happen. We're not going to go back. This week, the House is going to vote once again to fund all of DHS. We will vote to end this shutdown, pay the frontline heroes of Border Patrol, TSA, and the Coast Guard, and put the security of our nation first. But Democrats will continue to obstruct. Why? Because they'd rather protect violent illegal aliens over the American people. With that, I turn it over to our leader, Steve Scalise.
Well, thank you, Whip. And it's a sad moment that we're up here still talking about the fact that the Democrats continue to shut down the Department of Homeland Security. We've given them multiple opportunities to do the right thing. When you see lines at every airport, people waiting hours and hours. At my airport, home airport in New Orleans, Louis Armstrong International, you've got people sleeping overnight the night before flights so that they can have a chance of making. And for what? Because Democrats want to have yet another tantrum and create chaos in this country because they're angry with the results of the 2024 election. It's time for Democrats to grow up and act like adults. Tomorrow will mark the 8th time that we will have a vote in Congress to fund the Department of Homeland Security. 8 times Democrats will have an opportunity to do the right thing. And you can go look at the votes. Watch the vote tomorrow. Watch the rhetoric.
Y'all have the majority.
Democrats will say, oh, we want to fund TSA. Except they all keep voting against the funding for TSA. And if you think this is the first time they've done it, they had a shutdown, a record shutdown, just a few months earlier. And think about this statistic. For those workers, TSA workers, that many of them live in paycheck to paycheck, they have gone 49% of this fiscal year without a paycheck. A TSA worker here in America has spent the last fiscal year, 49% of that time, they've gone without pay. It's disgraceful what Democrats keep doing. Two hard-working families. These are people that have to put food on the table. These are people that have a mortgage to meet, that have to pay rent, that have to pay a car note. Maybe they've got a kid in school. And Democrats really don't care about the 100,000 plus workers at the Department of Homeland Security, whether it be at TSA or whether it be at FEMA or the Coast Guard. Now, they've done this over and over again. For what? Because they want open borders. They want to defund the police. They've done it over and over again. They made it crystal clear. And you would think we've got the safest times in American history. We've had 4 terrorist attacks on our home soil just in the last month. New York, Michigan, Virginia, and Texas have had terrorist attacks in March, while Democrats are voting to shut down the Department of Homeland Security. And of course, it's been brought up, Sheridan Gorman, beautiful young girl with her future before her, murdered by an illegal who was let in during the Joe Biden open border. And Hakeem Jeffries, the Democrat leader, can't even say he would have wanted him deported after he committed more crimes after he came here illegally, before he murdered her. This is how far the Democrat Party has gone off the rails. They are a party that has lost their way, and millions of people are suffering. It's not just the 100,000 workers at Department of Homeland Security that are working without pay. It's the millions of Americans who are having flights canceled, who are showing up at an airport, waiting in a parking garage in a line that's going to be over 3 hours long. And by the time they finally get through security, they find out that they missed their flight, and it disrupts their whole week. Democrats don't care about people. You're seeing it play out. And we're going to have an opportunity tomorrow for them to do the right thing. I hope they do the right thing. It's time Democrats end the madness of keeping the Department of Homeland Security shut down at this critical time. It's time they do the right thing. we'll give them that opportunity again tomorrow. And we'll see. There will be a vote that all America can look at. And it'll be the 8th time, not the first time, the 8th time Democrats will have a chance to do the right thing and fund
Y'all
this
have the
department.
majority.
If you in America are waiting in a line for 3-4 hours or missed a flight, you want to know who's responsible? Look at the vote on the House floor tomorrow. You will see a yes column and a no column. Who voted yes to fund this department and open TSA up and fund these people that have to go to work and put food on the table for their families? And who's going to vote no to deny that ability and make people keep missing flights? Watch that vote tomorrow. Now, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Good morning,
Hopefully
everybody.
y'all pass it tomorrow since y'all have the majority.
We talked a lot about how the upcoming midterm election is really, it's not a contract with America election that's coming up. It's a contrast for America. That's a good way to summarize it. And it's a contrast between common sense and crazy. The Democrats, this is not your grandfather's Democrat Party. They have crazy policies, and now they have deadly, very tragic consequences. And you've heard this common theme this morning. We're talking about the latest victim. Sheridan Gorman was a beautiful 18-year-old freshman, as has been noted, at Loyola University, enjoying time with her friends out on the pier, looking at the northern lights, and now her family is mourning her tragic and totally unnecessary loss. It was a life tragically cut short. The masked assailant approached Sheridan while she was walking with her friends, and she ran away, and as you know, he shot her from the back, in the back. The monster who did this, Jose Medina, was an illegal alien with a criminal record. Why is that so relevant to us? Because it's Democrat policies that made this tragedy possible. He had no legal right to be in this country. And we know that Medina entered the United States illegally on May 9th, 2023. That's under the Biden administration with their wide open borders policy. We also know he was caught by Border Patrol and let into the country, released into the country, like millions of others. And thanks to the Democrats' open border policy, those are indisputable facts. But for that crazy set of policies, this young lady would still be alive. Weeks later, Medina was arrested in a major American city after they let him in. Again, only to be released onto the streets of Chicago. Why? Because of crazy Democrat policies. He would later take the life of Sheridan Gorman. The irony of all this is that the system did not fail Sheridan. That worked exactly as the Democrats intended. You had Democrats in charge of the White House and in charge in the city of Chicago. Open borders policies, sanctuary cities policies. They coddled the criminal illegal alien. They empowered, they allowed this to happen, and that's why we're so angry about it. He was in the custody of law enforcement twice. And there were 2 chances to stop Sheridan's killer. But Democrats' open borders guaranteed their release, and their soft on crime sanctuary policies ensured his impunity, and that's why this happened. And Sheridan Gorman should still be with us, and her entire life still ahead of her. But it's the same fate that befell Laken Riley, too, and so many others. How many more times does this story have to be repeated? Everybody needs to be asking that question. Unfortunately, the Democrats' agenda is going to continue to come at the expense of American citizens, innocent American people, as long as the Democrats insist on shielding dangerous criminals from our laws, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Now, it's been noted we're 40 days into this shutdown. It's the second longest in history. It's partial, but it's a big one, because they shut down the 3rd largest department of the federal government. It has 10 agencies underneath it. 260,000 plus employees, and each of those agencies have one common denominator. As the name implies, they're to keep the homeland secure. This is not a game, but Democrats have shut down the exact law enforcement agencies that are responsible for apprehending and deporting criminal illegal aliens, just like this criminal here that took Sheridan's life. Congressional Democrats have held our airports, TSA, FEMA, the Coast Guard, so many critical functions of our government. We're talking about anti-bioterrorism matters and issues. You're talking about cybersecurity, all these things. They are holding the government hostage. Why? What is their demand? At the root of all this, they want to reopen the border, and they want to protect criminal illegal aliens, just like this murderer here. That is the modern Democrat Party. And they verify it for us with their actions every day. This is not talking points. These aren't political talking points. This is the facts. At the State of the Union, you remember, everybody knows, the president said, he asked a very simple question: stand and applaud if you think the first job of the federal government is to protect American citizens over illegal aliens. Every single Democrat in the chamber sat on their hands. At this exact moment, even as we learn of yet another entirely preventable murder of an innocent young woman at the hands of criminal illegal aliens, Democrats in the House are demanding a DHS bill that would eliminate funding for the exact agencies that are tasked with preventing a tragedy like this. Just last week, 190 Democrats voted against 2 bills. What were those bills? Common sense. Expedite the deportation of illegal aliens who abuse service animals. They voted no. And those who commit fraud in our country. They voted no. You don't have to take our word for it. Look at their actions, and you're going to see it yet again. It's with their words, their actions, their legislation. They tell you what they prioritize, and it is the welfare of criminal illegal aliens over American citizens. We ought to believe what they say and do, their words and actions. Sadly, there will be no Democrats marching in the streets for Sheridan Gorman. They won't even talk about her today. I promise you they won't even bring it up. No one holding signs demanding justice for her killer. It's among the most shameful episodes we have ever seen. They cannot even bring themselves to say that this shouldn't have happened. We hope that someday Democrats finally come to their senses again and put the safety of American citizens first, but we're not holding our breath. Until then, here's what Republicans will do, okay? We're going to pray, obviously, for Sheridan and her family, every American citizen victimized by these senseless, avoidable crimes. We will continue to fight for the rule of law and to call out the madness when we see it. And here's what we will not do. We will not allow Democrats to hold our airports and our country hostage so they can re-implement their catastrophic, deadly open borders policies and threaten the lives of our children. This is common sense versus crazy. Everybody can see it. And they're going to put it on display again tomorrow. As the leader said, we're going to vote to fund Homeland again. And I think that vote tally, that should be blown up. It should be put at poster size in every airport terminal, so they can see who voted to keep those lines at TSA winding around the airports and to endanger everybody's lives. Take some questions.
Mr. Speaker.
Right, front row.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Lindsey Graham put out a statement this morning saying that he has consulted with the president and that he plans to move expeditiously on reconciliation, that the second packet will deal with funding Homeland, supporting the military, and addressing voter integrity. Do you think that's feasible? And have you, Chair Arrington, had any conversations with Senator Graham?
I talked to Senator Graham last night, and not specifically about this, but other matters. But I'm glad to know the Senate is interested in Reconciliation 2.0. As you know, I have been a broken record. We need to do that. It's an important legislative tool. We already had a set of priorities that we're working on in the House, and it is possible that the defense supplemental will be a part of that package, but we don't yet have the details. And I know you all have a lot of questions this morning about what the number is going to be requested, and so do I. We haven't gotten that yet. I think they're tabulating that. I think the Department of War and OMB and the administration are working that out, and I suspect we'll get a specific request. You know, that's how the process works. And then when we get that, we will go through our processes here to review that and look at it and check its feasibility and all of that. But it may be, sadly, and I would say this, it may, and it would be a sad outcome, that we would have to get a military funding bill done with only Republican votes. That's what the reconciliation package would allow. It's quite sad and really shocking and dangerous. Again, Democrats with their crazy policies, they have Trump derangement syndrome. They would not even, I don't even think they would agree to vote on a bill that would simply restock our munitions. We've used some of those, as you know, in Operation Epic Fury. And we've got to do that. It's a necessity. The first job of the federal government is to protect the people. But Democrats, I don't think we can count on their votes to do the simple, basic responsibility of Congress. And so it is part of reconciliation, probably, and we'll see. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, good morning.
Let Chad go first.
On the government shutdown, Mr. Speaker, it seems as though Republicans and Democrats are talking past one another. Mm-hmm. Is the only person who could solve this the President of the United States, and why isn't he involved?
Well, I think he is involved. I mean, I know he had a group of...
down the plan yesterday.
Well, that's what's been reported. Okay, he brought some...
He said that in the Oval Office, that he was not...
Well, I actually have his exact quote somewhere. I think he said that, to paraphrase him, I think he said he's a little skeptical or cynical that a deal's going to come together. What we're hearing, okay, in our chamber is that there's discussions going on that Democrats are demanding to break off parts of Homeland and fund it separately. I'm so appreciate Congressman Ciscomani. As he noted, he was in charge of the Homeland bill as it's in its earliest stages coming through the House, and it was a bipartisan bill. Remember, the Democrats agreed with all that. They understood. It's one of the 12 appropriations bills in their annual appropriations packages, and we always have Homeland funded as an entire department. There's obvious reasons for that. It's very important. I don't think we need to be breaking it apart, and so I think that's what the president is reflecting there. He wants Congress to do its dang job. We have done it, the Republicans have, but the Democrats are refusing to go along on that, even though just several weeks ago, they were in favor of it. Now, they don't think it's politically advantageous for them, and they're playing games, and it's endangering the lives of American citizens, and it's causing real hardship for people. Do you know that there are 450, approximate number this morning, we heard 450 TSA agents who are no longer going to work for the agency? How can you blame them? As Leader Scalise said, 49% of FY26, the fiscal year, they have been unpaid. This is a real hardship for their
Delta
families.
is taking our privileges away from you.
People traveling to go to funerals and weddings and with their families, they can't get through the airports because the Democrats are playing games up here. And you know what? You should ask the ultimate question: why? Why is
House
Chuck
Speaker
Schumer
Mike Johnson
and Hakeem Jeffries? Why are they doing this? Why would they? They know this is crazy. They have to know it's crazy to not be able to call this out. Why are they doing it? Because they're afraid of their radical base. Boom, that's it. That's why they gave us the longest shutdown in history last fall, and that's why I mean that they're not fighting Trump enough. It's crazy. I don't know another word to describe it, and they're putting everybody in jeopardy, all the inconvenience and all the hardship for their own political skins. Right there.
Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. First off, go Lady Tigers on Friday. Second of all, there's talk about the Pentagon is supposedly dispatching 2,000 troops. How is that not putting boots on the ground? You said we're not at war. How is that not an escalation of war in Iran?
Look, I think it sends a signal to Iran that they better get their act together.
They can't
need to
even
resolve this quickly, and that's the
acknowledge that there
That's
is a
ours.
war.
It's everyone's. We need to. Operation Epic Fury.
How can you
is
act like there's
done.
no
I think
war?
The mission that was very clearly defined in the beginning, the objectives have been met. We have to get the Strait of Hormuz straightened out, and we need our international partners to help with that because it's a giant project that involves everybody around the world.
You shouldn't have started the war.
That's going to happen.
You shouldn't have shot.
The buildup of troops
send a
is very
strike.
different than boots on the ground.
You wasn't ready.
We don't have boots on the ground. I don't think that's the intention.
You
But I think Iran
underestimated.
should watch that buildup, and they need to take note of that. They have to reopen the strait. They have to be good neighbors to their Middle East neighbors over there.
You're worried about the wrong thing.
They cannot
you need to be worried about us
They cannot
and
have
our
that
troops.
capability, and they cannot declare war on the United States and Israel, which is what they did, decades ago. Our mission will be accomplished.
Ago.
I think that will wrap up in a short time period.
Getting caught in
That's
his
the intention
lies.
of the administration and the Department of War. We have the greatest, most powerful military fighting force ever conceived in the history of planet Earth. It's an amazing power that we have, and we wield it for good. We've done it here. That job is almost done, and I think it will wrap up soon.
Mr. Speaker, you said a few weeks ago that we are not at war with Iran. Is that still your position?
I think we're wrapping up Operation Epic Fury. That's what I think, and I think it will be done in short order, and that'll be right on schedule. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. President Trump has railed against mail-in voting as rigged. He said it's a form of cheating as recently as Monday.
But he did it.
He's also called on Congress to do away with certain types of mail-in voting in certain circumstances. But in yesterday's special election in Florida, he voted by mail. How do you square those two statements?
Look, I think some states have handled mail-in balloting well. I think Florida is a good example of that. They don't allow fraud, and they have great systems. I was talking yesterday to Laurel Lee, one of our colleagues here in the House, and she used to help run elections in the state of Florida, and she talked about how many great processes they have in place to ensure that you don't have a lot of fraud. But that is not true in other parts of the country, and that is the concern, especially in a state like California or states where they just send mail-in ballots to everyone for no reason whatsoever. It is a matter of common sense. It is an obvious thing that if you're mailing ballots out, inherently it opens the door, at least the possibility of fraud. It's much easier to patrol that election integrity if you're making people come in person show a photo ID and prove who they are. Obviously, that's an obvious thing. It should not be a controversial notion. That's what the president's talking about. That's what we have talked about at long length. Some states do it a lot better than others, but it doesn't mean it's not a problem elsewhere in the country, and that's why we continue to advance every election integrity measure that we can, because, again, if you don't have free and fair elections in a constitutional republic, you cannot maintain it. And there's hardly a more important issue than that. That's where the president's hung up on it, and us as well. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. The lies they tell. Y'all please hit the like button. Please double tap the face on your screen if you're listening in on your phone device, or hit the 3 dots at the top right corner. Whichever one floats your boat. Like now.
No, I don't know. We'll talk about that later. Okay. But you get what I'm saying? This guy is the opposite of central. This guy isn't Norman Schwarzkopf, right? Oh, no. This guy isn't like those guys that were up in the Gulf War, the first Gulf War. We've degraded. I mean, he's a kid, and I don't even say that. Not comforting. Well, you don't want to be comforting up there. You want to scare the hell out of people.
Well, you want to feel like the person really has a grasp of the situation.
He's got a grasp of the throttle. It's so childish. He's a kid. Yeah. And why? This guy's not from Central Casting. You want to scare the Iranians. This does not do that. Guys, we negotiate with bombs.
He thinks that he's saying the things that will make Dad proud behind him. Right. He talks like a podcaster, and he gets in the briefing rooms, and he attacks the media, and he attacks Joe Biden and Barack Obama. You're the head of the Department of Defense. Right?
Yeah, I'm so sick of who didn't do what a long time ago.
Absolutely. I'm sure. Yeah, you're running a war right now. Right. Head of the Department of Defense.
What Biden didn't, who he let in, I don't care anything about that. What are you doing right now?
Capacity whatsoever for a very long period of time of developing weaponry that could be used against the United States, Israel, or any of our allies. We have great allies in the Middle East, great countries that are allies. And they were staying out of it until they got hit. Someday they'll have to do a story, why did he do that, why did they do that? But they were going to hit them. If I didn't hit them first, they were going to hit our allies first. I believe, upon information and belief, but I believe that he was going to, they were going to take over the Middle East. They were looking to take over the Middle East. Now, had Operation Midnight Hammer not taken place, that was definite. Because they would have had a nuclear weapon within a matter of weeks. But that took place, that was a setback. But look at the number of missiles they were able to buy and make over the last 6 months. And those missiles were aimed at various countries. And when you look at over 1,000 missiles shot at like UAE, they were looking to take over the Middle East. We got there first. We're lucky. I'll tell you what, the Middle East and those countries, very rich countries, are very lucky that I was president instead of somebody else.
U.S. action in Iran?
I don't think so, no. No, we get along very well on this. He was, I would say, philosophically a little bit different than me. I think he was maybe less enthusiastic about going, but he was quite enthusiastic. But I felt it was something we had to do. I didn't feel we had a choice. If we didn't do it, they would have done it to us. I felt, based on the negotiations that were being had by Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and Marco and Pete and everybody was involved, I felt that they were looking to tap us along before they hit, and I thought they were going to hit. And if they hit us first, that would have been a very bad thing. In the back, please. In the back.
Lies. Hi, Robert.
About the straight, you mean? Yeah, well, I want to keep it open. I want to keep it good. You know, it doesn't pertain to us so much as it does to China. We're really helping China here.
Don't worry about
and
them.
other countries.
Worry about us.
Because they get a lot of their energy from the Straits. But, hey, look, we have a good relationship with China. It's my honor to do it. Yeah.
Leader, you have called him an unacceptable choice. So does he have a target on his back? And how can you say
I don't want to say whether or not he does because that would be inappropriate. But, hey, look, I had a target on my back because, as you people wrote pretty well, they caught the assassin that was after me. So we just got them first, but they caught the assassin. They have him now in custody, those after me. So, you know, but people don't like to mention that, but they did catch him. And I'd like to congratulate our military, Secret Service, FBI, all of the people that worked on that, but they did. Yeah, please. Go ahead. No, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You promised the Iranian people you would help them, but it sounds like you're willing to end this fight after your military objectives have wrapped up. Isn't that a betrayal of
Will
your
I
people?
help them? I'd like to, if they can behave. But they've been very menacing. You know, they're great people. They have an amazing population.
We have been running 100% off of Jackery portable power stations. This is a Jackery solar panel. It goes up in just a couple of hours. We had enough solar power.
Yeah, I need for y'all to hit
off
the
that
like
Jackery
button.
5000. We use it to.
I'm up here just working and not even realizing that this battery's out of juice. Can y'all double tap the face of y'all screen?
That we want to run all day. It's a big.
Associated with the war in Iran, how many American deaths are you willing to have in this war?
Well, as I said before, when you have conflict, it's been a very big 2 days, I have to say. And we'll be heading back to Washington, D.C. right after this.
Did they cut it off?
And I'd like to wish everyone a very good evening. And over the weekend, the United States military and the Israeli Defense Forces continued Operation Epic Fury very successfully. Over the past 9 days, we've carried out some of the most powerful and complex military strikes and maneuvers the world has ever seen. Now, you add that up to all of the other things, Midnight Hammer, getting rid of the nuclear threat from Iran, which was a big moment in history, in my opinion, and the great success we've had in Venezuela and all other places. Every place we've gone, we've had tremendous success. But while we're doing all of these things, we're achieving major strides toward completing our military objective. And some people could say they're pretty well complete. We've wiped every single force in Iran out very completely. Most of Iran's naval power has been sunk. It's on the bottom of the sea. It's almost 50 ships. I was just notified it's 51 ships. I didn't know they had that many. Didn't last very long. And these are fighting vessels. They're meant to fight, but they're not meant to fight against us. We continue to target Iran's drone and missile capabilities. Their drones are way down. Their drone manufacturing's been hit starting today. We know all of the places they manufacture the drones, and they're being hit one after another. Their missile capability is down to about 10%, maybe less. We're also hitting where they make missiles and where they deliver missiles. We've struck over 5,000 targets to date, some of them very major targets, and we've left some of the most important targets for later in case we need to do it. If we hit them, it's going to take many years for them to be rebuilt, having to do with electricity production and many other things. So we're not looking to do that if we don't have to. But they're the kind of things that are very easy to hit, but very devastating if they are hit. We are waiting to see what happens before we hit them. We could take them all out in 1 day, but it's all resulting in a 90% decline in various things, but in particular, Iranian missile launchers, and 83% drop in drone launchers. As you know, the drone launchers are pretty well shot, but we're at over 90% decline in the Iranian missile launchers, which is very hard to reproduce and very hard to get. And usually what we were able to do through great equipment, a lot of smart people. As soon as they sent a missile up from a launcher, we were able to knock out that launcher within a period of 5 minutes or less, accurately right on the noggin. So now we have low-cost interceptors effectively combating Iranian drones, and our B-2 bombers recently dropped dozens of 2,000-pound bombs to destroy missile launchers all over Iran and buried deep under Iranian soil in many cases. The soil was no match. And we're also annihilating the manufacturing base that the regime uses to build drones and missiles at a rate that nobody thought was possible. We're knocking them out. We know where they all are. We're knocking them out very quickly. We're ahead of our initial timeline by a lot. I would say that we probably would not have thought after a month we'd be here. In addition to the fact that we've taken out the leadership twice and maybe 3 times. And we, as you know, we want to be involved. We don't want another president that maybe wouldn't be willing to do what I'm willing to do for the good of the world, for the good of our nation, to be stuck with the situation in 5 years or 10 years from now. So we think they should put a president in, or the head of the country in, that's going to be able to do something peacefully for a change. They've been doing this for 47 years, killing people for 47 years, whether it's the barracks or even the SS Cole where they were involved. Very strongly, they always denied it. But where they were very strongly involved, and all of the people that died through the roadside bombs, died and are right now walking around with no legs, no arms, a face that's been so badly damaged. The Iranian regime has been attacking Americans and spreading terror for 47 years, and despite these countless opportunities to renounce their nuclear ambitions, which they had just a short while ago, they told Mr. Witkoff, who is standing right over here, they said, they actually said, we want to keep building. Essentially, in a real nutshell, we want to continue to build nuclear weapons. If we didn't knock out Midnight Hammer, if we didn't knock out their Iranian potential, if we didn't do that with Midnight Hammer, they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have used it long before now. And at a minimum,
that's one of his trolls.
Annihilated.
Thank you.
I was very lucky that we had the courage to do that, that we had the talented pilots and the great equipment. The B-2 bombers are unbelievable. We ordered 25 more, by the way. The newer, better version. It's we have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest equipment in the world by far. You see that no matter where we go. You still need the people, though, to operate it and to use it. And those are the people that we cherish. Even after we obliterated their key nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer, they never negotiated in good faith. They still continued to say, we want to build nuclear, we want enrichment at levels that were unacceptable. And they even turned down an offer for unlimited free nuclear fuel forever for civilian purposes. We had people offering them free nuclear fuel. They weren't interested in that because they wanted to build a nuclear weapon. So instead, the regime was trying to reconstitute its weapons program at a different site. They couldn't go back to where they were, the 3 sites that we obliterated. But they were starting work at another site, a different kind of a site. And that was protected by granite. They wanted it protected. Granite's pretty good, but they wanted it protected by a lot deeper. They wanted to go a lot deeper, and they started the process. While rapidly building conventional ballistic missiles, they were going to do it all at the same time and threatened our overseas bases and soon could have reached even our homeland. The regime's intention was to use this exponentially growing ballistic missile threat to make it virtually impossible to prevent them from obtaining a nuclear weapon. So as you probably saw, they had a tremendous number of missiles, most of which are now being used or destroyed, and very unsuccessfully used because we have been able, for the most part, to shoot them all down. What incredible technology. The Patriots have been unbelievable, and other things. And the laser technology that we have now is incredible. It's coming out pretty soon. Where literally lasers will do the work of, at a lot less cost, do the work of what the Patriots are doing or what other things are doing. The situation was very quickly approaching the point of no return, and the United States found it intolerable, in my opinion, based on what Steve and Jared and Pete and others were telling me, Marco, so involved, that I thought that they were going to attack us. I thought they would, if we didn't do this at the time we did it, I think they had in mind to attack us. And if you notice, they did something which was very foolish, very stupid, I would say. They attacked their neighbors. And their neighbors were largely neutral, or at least weren't going to be involved, and they got attacked. And it had the reverse effect. The neighbors came onto our side and started attacking them, and actually quite successfully. If you look at Saudi Arabia, you look at UAE, Qatar, and others. But they were strong and they were smart, but they got attacked. Nobody, when I first heard it, I said, no, somebody made a mistake. There was no mistake. UAE had over 1,000 missiles shot at it, knocked them almost all down.
DT is always trying to sell somebody.
On the very first day I came down the escalator in 2015, I said, quote, I will stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons. And all I'm doing is keeping my promise. Think of that. That was in 2015. I said it. It was a threat then, and a much bigger threat now, but no longer a threat, not for a long time anyway. We want to keep it that way. As we continue Operation Epic Fury, we're also focused on keeping energy and oil flowing to the world. And I will not allow a terrorist regime to hold the world hostage and attempt to stop the globe's oil supply. And if Iran does anything to do that, they'll get hit at a much, much harder level. I will take out those targets that were easy and that I mentioned just before. We'll take them out so quickly, they'll never be able to recover, ever. If they want to play that game, they better not play that game. In the long run, oil supplies will be dramatically more secure without the threat of Iranian ships, drones, missiles, nuclear menace, or anything. So the Strait of Hormuz is going to remain safe. We have a lot of Navy ships there. We have the best equipment in the world, inspecting for mines. Again, most of their ships are down at the bottom of the sea, but we will hit them so hard that it will not be possible for them or anybody else helping them to ever recover that section of the world if they do anything. In recent years, the regime and its terror proxies have launched attacks on hundreds of commercial vessels. We're putting an end to all of this threat once and for all, and the result will be lower oil prices, oil and gas prices for American families. We've done that. We've done it. We brought it very low. This was just an excursion into something that had to be done.
He
We're
was
getting very
just
close
about
to
to
finishing
say he
that.
built
In the meantime,
something.
during this brief disrupt.
Yep, he was about to
Think of all
tell.
the places that could expose you
Slip
to identity
up.
theft. If something happens, life.
We're putting up risk insurance. We'll.
Now this is a clone, cause he ain't stumbled over no words. He ain't, he ain't tried to make the funny little comments and all that type of stuff he do. Yeah, so this is one of them clones.
Perhaps never did it, because you have to keep the straits flowing.
And there
With
he
all of
goes
that, it
stumbling
affects
over his
other
words.
countries much more than it does the United States. It doesn't really affect us. We have so much oil. We have tremendous oil and gas, much more than we need. We have Venezuela now as our new partner, great partner.
Oh, wow.
So wonderful. We're working with the administration, the president, and it's a massive source of oil, gas, everything.
Well, why the price is going up?
We're in a very good position. But
why are the
very unfair to
prices
other
going
parts
up?
of the world, like China as an example. I mean, we're doing this for the other parts of the world, including countries like China. They get a lot of their oil through the straits. So we're doing this. We have a very good relationship with President Xi in China. I'm going there in a short period of time, and we're protecting the world from what these lunatics are trying to do, and very successfully, I might add. We're also waiving certain oil-related sanctions to reduce prices. So we have sanctions on some countries. We're going to take those sanctions off until this straightens out. Then who knows, maybe we won't have to put them on. There'll be so much peace But when the time comes, the U.S. Navy and its partners will escort tankers through the strait if needed. I hope it's not going to be needed, but if it's needed, we'll escort them right through. And we have the greatest mine-sweeping ability. We have the greatest ships, and we know exactly where they're placed. We'll get them out of there very fast, but we hope we don't have any of that. And again, if they do that, if they play that game, we're going to hit them at a level that they have not seen before. So we're winning very decisively. We're way ahead of schedule. Our military is the greatest in the world, with the greatest equipment and the greatest people in the world. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Iran's a very powerful country. They were going to take over the Middle East. If we did not hit them, they were going to take over the Middle East. They had thousands and thousands, since their last hit, they had thousands and thousands of missiles and everything
He makes
else.
it up as he goes, don't he?
Destroyed. But they were going to take over the Middle East. Those weapons were aimed at Middle Eastern countries that had nothing to do with this. They were going to take over the Middle East, and they were going to try and destroy Israel. So we stopped it with good timing, and we're very proud to be involved in this, and it's going to be ended soon. And if it starts up again, they'll be hit even harder. Thank you very much for being here. Go ahead. Any questions?
Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Do you approve of Iran's new supreme leader? And secondly, can you tell us more about your call with Russian President?
Okay, Alan, what do you mean? We got a
Yes, I had a very good call with President
gangster.
Putin. We had a lot of people on the line from our side, from his side. We were talking about Ukraine, which is just a never-ending fight.
Oh, yeah. That too.
Look, there's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. They can't seem to get it together. But I think it was a positive call on that subject. And we obviously talked then about the Middle East. And he wants to be helpful. I said, you could be more helpful by getting the Ukraine-Russia war over with. That would be more helpful. But we had a very good talk, and he wants to be very constructive. Yeah, please. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Iran, you called it an excursion. You said it would be over soon. Are you thinking this week it will be over?
No,
You're talking
but soon.
about days?
I think so.
Okay, and
Yeah, because y'all know y'all losing. Mr. President
Everything they have
Johnson
is
is a
gone,
brave,
including their
smart.
leadership.
I don't know what president you
In fact,
talking about,
there are
Elizabeth,
two
but
levels
this
of
one right here is
leadership,
dumb
and
as
even actually,
rocks.
as it turns out, more than that.
Dumb
Two
as
levels
rocks.
of
This
leadership
was not
in that.
war.
Most people have never even
We
heard
not gonna
about the leaders
sugarcoat
that
it
they're
over here.
talking
We gonna
about.
tell
So,
the truth and shame the devil.
It's obviously been very,
The
very
devil.
powerful, very effective.
Yeah, ain't nothing smart about him. He dumb as rocks.
Yes.
What would the United States get in return for that? And why should Americans
Yeah, you in the
trust
wrong
Marco
place, baby.
Rubio
If you
to
looking for lies.
Well, Marco Rubio is
Yeah, no.
doing a great job. I think he's going to go down as the greatest Secretary of State. in
Yes,
history.
I agree.
Look at what we've done
Protect
as
our
a-
brave soldiers
as a
because this
presidency.
is
Look
not
at
our
what we've done
war,
as an
and he has led them in to be
we
slaughtered.
trust Marco.
But he don't want. He refused to go.
so
He lied and got out of it. He wants Barron not to be able to go.
also speaks
He's
the
trying to
language,
kill
which is
off
always
our
nice and
our
always
loved
helpful.
ones.
But he's
While he
doing, and it
protects
may
his own
be
and steal from the
a
U.S.
friendly
Now we
takeover.
not
It may
lying
not
over
be a
here.
friendly takeover. It
Not
wouldn't
at
matter,
all.
because they're really they're down to, as they say, fumes. They have no energy. They have no
Stealing,
money. They're in
fighting
deep
somebody
trouble on
else's
humanitarian
war. This
basis.
is not our war.
And we don't want to see that, but they were very, very bad to a lot of people, as you know, and a lot of people.
I love my
living
country.
on
I don't like this
African-American
president,
vote, which I
and he
got
don't either.
at
Hold
record
on.
levels.
He don't like the U.S. What you talking about? Our country. He's not for our country. What has he done for our country? What he chooses to do is for Israel. Elizabeth, where have you been? He don't even want you here with the last name Lopez. You better not go to the airport right now and not have all your credentials in order. No, ma'am. With a last name Lopez, I know you don't. I know you kidding. No, he's not for the U.S. Stay woke, baby girl. Respectfully, he is pro-Israel. He is Israel first. I don't even think U.S. is second. Y'all better come out of the darkness. No, he's not. He's stealing from us, Elizabeth. And I'm not gonna keep going back and forth with you respectfully. I'm going to remove you. You have a great day, okay? Yeah, no, we're not doing that. No, ma'am,
I will say
you
that
took
the
the wrong
tomahawk, which
exit.
is one of the most powerful weapons around,
U.S.
is used
isn't
by,
on his
sold
list.
and used
Absolutely.
by other countries, you know that. And whether it's Iran, who also has some tomahawks, I wish they had more. But whether it's Iran or somebody else, the fact that
He's
a
doing his
tomahawk is very
best. Are
generic
you
and sold
kidding
to
me?
other countries. But that's being investigated right now. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Mr. President, you've said the war is, quote, very complete, but your defense secretary says this is just the beginning. So which is it, and how long should Americans be prepared
Well, I think
for
you could
this war
say
to
it
last
both.
for?
The beginning, it's the beginning of building a new country, but they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft equipment. It's all been blown up. They have no radar, they have no telecommunications, and they have no leadership. It's all gone. So, you could look at that statement. We could call it a tremendous success right now as we leave here. I could call it, or we could go further, and we're going to go further. But the big risk on that war has been over for 3 days. We wiped them out the first.
Yeah,
the
no,
first
I'm
2
not gonna
days.
do that.
When you think about it,
I
it's
don't
incredible.
want
We
to
wiped
see
out a
this
big
worse.
Navy, very powerful Navy.
Yeah.
These were ships. These were serious ships. These
I
were
don't want to
ships
see
that
him
you
at all.
buy
I want him to
when you want to win
disappear.
battles. They're all on the bottom floor. The sailors are all running off their ships. They refuse to get on the ships. The Air
That's
Force
our
is gone.
sailors.
Everything's gone. The
That's
missiles are
our
down to a
military.
trickle.
Quit
The drones
lying.
are down to probably 25%, and they'll soon be down to nothing. We'll have where they manufacture the drones are under fire as we speak. They're being hit. So the rest is going to be a determination as to my attitude, along with the people in the Trump administration, what we want to do. Thank you.
He just lying.
Yeah, please.
Can I ask you, you mentioned you were going to waive certain additional oil waivers or sanctions. Can you talk a little bit more about that and address in particular?
Well, we're looking to keep the oil prices down. We went artificially up because of this excursion into a very positive thing. I mean, this was an excursion that a lot of people wouldn't have done. I knew oil prices would go up if I did this, and they've gone up probably less than I thought they'd go up. But I don't think anybody thought we were going to be this quickly successful. This was a military success, the likes of which people haven't seen. We have the best military. We have the best equipment. We have, I believe, the best generals. We have the best. And this went very quickly. We talked about that with President Putin. He was very impressed with what he saw because nobody's ever seen anything quite like it. Iran
Oh
was a
my
very
God.
powerful,
No one has seen anything
military
quite like
country,
it.
with all of the missiles. Now, you had the double attack. You had the original attack with us in Israel, and that knocked them for a loop. Then you had the B-2 bombers, which took out their nuclear capability, and they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks to 4 weeks. And they would have used it long before this press conference. And we might have had a much different press conference if we had a press conference at all. But it's been amazing. The military success that we've had is truly unprecedented.
You told your congressional colleagues that you will not sign any piece of legislation until the Save America Act is passed. Does that include the confirmation of Senator Mullen as your next DHS secretary? Does that mean a DHS funding bill? And Senator Thune said today it's not a matter of whether or not your Republican colleagues agree with the policy. It's about changing the process. In other words, getting rid of the filibuster to get there.
So in order to get it, you're going to need Democrat votes. And what we're saying is the Save America, not the SAVE Act, which nobody knew what it was, the Save America Act. The Save America Act. And that's voter ID. We want voter ID. We want to be able to see a picture of the voter. We want to be able to see that the voter is legitimate. We want, very importantly, confirmation that this voter.
Why you didn't need all of that before?
Of the United States of America.
Why?
And we want no mail-in ballot scams.
Yeah, but you used to mail in.
Military, for sick, for disabled, and for people that are away, business trips or whatever. even vacations, will be very liberal in that. We've added two things to it: no men and women's sports, and no transgender mutilization of our children. We don't want it's mutilization of our children, and we don't want that. So we added those two things. That's the 5 points. We have 5 very good points. It polls at 86% with Democrats. Think of that. The overall vote is 86%. With Republicans, it's 98%. And the only one opposed to it is a Democrat leadership because they cheat. They want to cheat. So we added those 2 points. We're going for the gold, and we're going to have to fight like hell. Now, certain things will happen. Certain things will take place. I'm here to do a great job for the country. But we don't have a country, if we're going to have elections that are so corrupt and so dishonest like we've witnessed over the last period of time. You know, as an example, virtually nobody has a system of mail-in ballots like we have. No other country in the world. France went away from it. They all went, you know why? Because it's corrupt. And Jimmy Carter, when he had a commission, frankly, I think it's probably the best thing Jimmy Carter did. He said, you can't have mail-in voting because it's inherently dishonest. And
well, then why did you use it?
So we're going to fight for it. Yeah.
Iran activated any sleeper cells inside the U.S. There's reports that they have pressed that trigger button to activate those cells, at least abroad.
Well, they've been trying for a long time. We've been very much on top of it. One of the things we have to do is get the Democrats to stop the Democrat shutdown, because, as you know, the apparatus that looks into that, Schumer and the Democrats have shut it down, which tells you they probably hate our country a lot. But the Democrats have to open that up. But we've got very, very good intelligence into that. We know a lot of different things that have happened that have been very bad. A lot of them came in during the Biden open border period. But we have
he made
them
me
under,
sick too. I'm finna shut this down.
We've got them. We're watching every single one of them. Yeah, we know a lot about them.
Oh.
The biggest problem we have is the Democrat shutdown. We know a lot about them, but the shutdown doesn't allow us to do what we have to do.
Do you have to take him out? Does he have a target on his back?
You mean the new supreme leader? You mean the son?
How can there be an Iran?
Well, I don't want to say that, but you know, I was disappointed because we think it's going to lead to just more of the same problem for the country. So I was disappointed to see their choice.
You've said you have someone in mind to be the new Iranian leadership, if not the Ayatollah's son. What are you looking for in that person? Are you looking at someone internal, given that you just said that their leadership has been decimated?
I like the idea of, internal and eternal, come to think of it. But I like the idea of internal because it works well. I mean, I think we've proven that so far. Everybody got fired. The military got fired. The police got fired. The politicians got fired. There was nobody. And you know what they turned into? ISIS. And we don't want that.
Stop making up stuff.
I would like to see people that are inside go. Now, they talk about the son of the Shah. They talk about other people. But, hasn't been there in many, many years. We have a formula that's been very good so far. And I think it'll continue to be good. The relationship is extraordinary with Venezuela, smart country. We've taken out 100 million barrels of oil. It's right now in Houston being taken care of and made so beautiful. And you have to see this at work. They have, it's brought to the refineries. It's being refined in Houston, which is made exactly for that product. And so far, but it's 100 million barrels of oil, and now they have another 100 million barrels coming. And it's like a partnership. We're getting along so well with them. It's great for Venezuela, and it's great for the United States.
Yeah, please go ahead. Mr. President,
You just suggested that Iran somehow got its hands on a tomahawk and bombed its own elementary school on the first day of the war. But you're the only person in your government saying this. Even your defense secretary wouldn't say that when he was asked, standing over your shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I just don't know enough about it. I think it's something that I was told is under investigation. But tomahawks are used by others, as you know. Numerous other nations have tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly, whatever the report shows, I'm willing to live with that report.
Yeah, quit lying.
Yeah, please.
You said earlier that we've already won in many ways, but we haven't won enough. What do you consider enough? What's your baseline?
Where they're not going to be starting the following day to develop a nuclear weapon. Where they'll look at that man and some other people from the administration and say, all right, we're not going to do it. They were not willing to say that. And when Steve called up and he said that to me, I said, well, here we go. Let's do it the hard way. But the hard way, I think, is probably the easy way. When basically I can see,
and with it, the American experiment itself, the American experience itself.
Oversight for
Last
U.S.
month, I told the head of the UK IPO how our constitutional charge allows us to lean into AI, to quantum, to medical diagnostics, wherever the onrush of technology is going. His candid reply, I know, wish I had that. Think about that. The very empire we won our independence from, 2 democracies, 2 outcomes, but only one clearly atop the IP world today. That's why it's incumbent upon the USPTO to have an America First IP agenda built atop the unique legacy our founders bestowed upon us. And we're doing exactly that with the urgency of now. As I'm before you today, our first priority was slashing the unacceptable backlog by 50,000. Another 100,000 to come this year. By the end of my tenure, and with your continued fee-setting authority,
y'all haven't gotten the likes of where they should have been in 2 hours.
A confidence indicator.
I'll be
I'm confident because we just announced our first
you've been
agentic
sick.
AI trademark classification tool.
I was wondering.
5 months of manual searching.
Oh, I missed you as well. I'm glad you're doing better. Let's go here. I'm going to end on here. Can y'all please hit the like button? Yeah, I missed my details.
Previously on the Ruben. Force TSA agents to work without pay. I don't like Dana Bash. There's just
Do tell. I'm glad you're better.
You guys, we need to keep showing up.
As I support, want ICE to be abolished.
I'm not even sure what it is. I am sure that's not what it is, what he just said right there.
Y'all, it's time for him to be impeached. Big time. O'Reilly reveals how Iran war ends.
All right, look, I'll get to the show title and the date and the name and all that stuff in just a second, but there is breaking news right now out of South Florida, Miami specifically. Connor, can you put up the image? This MFer right here, this image is from this morning, 7:50 a.m. outside of my house. This guy appeared in a white van.
In a white what?
And stole about $200 worth of stuff that was sitting outside of my house from Target. If you see this guy, someone will identify this guy. The shirt, the glasses, this is identifiable. We also have the van in the video, which we already sent to the local police. If you find this guy and it leads to his arrest, I will put in a $5,000 reward, dead or alive. Just kidding, not dead. Don't kill the guy. But that's what's good. We have such a great, safe city here. And one more time, throw him up one more time. That guy is now walking around with our Target bins that we were just going to put old kids' toys in. And he's got all of them right now. What's he going to do with those bins? I'm Dave Rubin. This is the Rubin Report. It's March 25th. 2026. Beyond that, there are other problems in the world. We're going to try to solve them today. That's what we do around here. The war may be wrapping up. There's some stuff going on with the airports. We'll catch up on some crazy Democrat stuff.
Hit the like button.
Throw to that guy. I don't like this guy. We're going to catch him.
Can I pause while we hit the like button, please? Let me take a pause. Go get you something to drink, piss, or whatever. But hit the like button. Y'all hit the like button. Like, share, and subscribe. Get your membership. Oh, y'all didn't hit the like button? Can you leave, please? Double tap the right corner. Those 3 dots to get out. Double tap the face of your phone or hit the 3 dots at the top right corner or leave. People have to talk to you all crazy and loud and ignorant. Get out. What you over here for? I'm gonna make you leave, but hit the like button. Or you ain't getting nothing from me.
telling you right now, we are going to catch this guy. There's so much video. We have not only the video, he parked across the street. My contractor was outside. His van was there. They even saw him. Like, somebody's going to get this guy. Keyword there is forever. He never said no wars. He never said Iran could get a bomb. He never said we're never going to do anything. And on for the last 10 years was no more forever wars. And the key word there is forever. He never said no wars. He never said Iran could get a bomb. He never said we're never going to do anything in the face
He can't
of bad
control
guys
what
or
another
anything like
country
that.
doing. You
There's a
going to
series of people
war.
that seem to be very
Stupid.
confused about that. But Donald Trump,
Dumbass.
as you know, has been wildly consistent about his position on Iran and their ability to get a nuclear weapon and the regime and everything else for 40 plus years. We showed you that video a couple times from going to happen. Number two, there's going to be some sort of deal where we will either have.
They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. And it was a very big present.
It was a
tremendous
bomb.
amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it. So that meant one thing to me: we're dealing with the right people.
Related?
No, it wasn't nuclear related. It was oil and gas related, and it was a very nice thing they did. But what it showed me is that we're dealing with the right people.
Okay, so there's a couple of things here. First off, forever war not going to happen. Number two, there's going to be some sort of deal where we will either have access to or American companies will be working with Iranian oil companies with some sort of new regime. There is some question as to who it is So this is just, again, it's just for all the people, particularly on the right, that thought Trump was going to get us into some never-ending war and troops on the ground and occupation and regime change in the way that we think of regime change, say like when we deposed Saddam in Iraq. It was always complete nonsense, and it was just to steal your attention and confuse you and everything else. Here's Trump also saying that Iran, again, the question is who, we will find out more about who he's talking to, but they now will agree to not have nuclear weapons.
If we can end this without more lives being down, without knocking out $10 billion electric plants that are brand new and
that wasn't bad.
The apple of their eye, I'd like to be able to do that, you know. But
they are not going.
They can't have certain things. I mean, you know the things. I don't have to go over the list, but again, it starts with no nuclear weapons, and they've agreed to that. There won't be any nuclear weapons. They're not going to have, and they're not going to have enrichment. Any of those things, but look, I hate to say that we're in a very good bargaining position, and I hate to say that they're defenseless.
I hate to say it, but we are in a good bargaining position. They are defenseless. They're not going to have nukes. We knocked out the entire army and everything else, and now they're going to come back.
So why are we sending our troops?
I won't keep saying it, but it is worth repeating one more time. Who they are, and will they have authority over the country? We don't know. And by the way, Donald Trump will not always be president. So when Donald Trump is gone, or if the Republicans lose the midterms and Donald Trump is totally hung up in impeachment and God knows what the Democrats would do, would whoever, any bad actors in Iran, completely go against their word and try to start all these programs again? Well, that's certainly possible, and that's another reason why we need the midterms to go well. And it's also why we had to go in with such overwhelming force, because Donald Trump
To clear out our backlog, we're authorizing a special deal. Buy one, said the...
Obviously, he said it right there. I don't trust these guys. So you go in and you make sure you demolish so much of the infrastructure. But what did he say? He didn't want to go in and destroy the power plants, right? He issued a statement, was it 2 days ago, basically saying, if you guys don't stop, if you don't ease up on the Strait of Hormuz, if you don't ease up on these rockets and everything else, we will destroy your power plants. He's not trying to punish the Iranian people. This has never been about that. Here's Bill O'Reilly with a bit more. It does, the way he frames this sounds like he has a little bit of insider knowledge, just a bit more on how he thinks the Iran war will end.
Iran's going to have to make a deal because Trump's not.
Boy, you too old to be stupid.
Going to stop. And if he has to lose the midterms, he'll lose the midterms. Remember, he didn't have to run again. Okay? He's not stopping. He's not going to say, we lost. Ever. That's number one. So the deal is going to look like...
No, he's not going to say
Iran will
that,
allow
but he is
weapons
losing.
inspectors
And he's
in,
going to
probably from
lose.
the
He may
UN,
not admit
to
it.
examine what's going on with the nukes. They'll stop enriching, and they will destroy their ballistic missile capacity, which is already almost destroyed. So we're only talking about a few missiles.
Hit the three dots at the top and see if the thumbs up has been populated. If not, yeah, hit it. It don't matter when you hit it as long as it
program, you're going to stop supporting terror,
populates.
et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's one thing. As for like whether UN inspectors are going to go in there and check these things, I don't even think that matters. I don't think anyone believes anything out of the UN.
And for y'all who late coming in, U.S. Army raises the maximum enlistment age from 34 to 42 and remove waivers requirement for a single Mary Jane possession convictions. So if you have a misdemeanor Mary Jane conviction, you can enlist. And now it's up to 42 from 34. But we winning. But we winning, y'all. We so desperate with the victory that we are changing. We need help so damn bad that we changing the age requirement from 34 to 42. And if you have some Mary Jane charges, minor ones, you can enlist now. You can enlist now, baby. But we winning. Thank you, Tennessee. Chin. Are y'all understanding? Yeah. But we winning.
Ridiculous if you're paying attention to the DC comic book universe.
Thank you so very much. I greatly appreciate your support.
So I don't think any good is coming out of the UN, but that's why we had to degrade everything that they had to the point that in essence it won't matter for a decade, right? Because the programs will be so eradicated and so many of the nuclear scientists are now dead, and the military leadership is dead and everything else. Here's a bit more from O'Reilly.
In return, there'll be more favorable economic treatment for Iran on a rebuild basis. Trump knows he's not going to get regime change, so that's, he can saber rattle on it, but that's not going to happen unless the Persian people rise up. So likely, and I think within a space of a couple of weeks, this thing will cease and some kind of an arrangement will be made, so that the Mullahs can tell their people they didn't lose, and Trump can tell his people they won. We won. America won. That's what's likely to happen.
Yeah, that all basically seems right to me, with one caveat, which I'll get to in a second. But he's saying that we're going to get favorable economic treatment. Well, Trump already said they've offered us there's something related to the oil. And think about how important it is that now not only do we have access to Venezuela's oil, but now we are going to have some sort of access to or control of Iran's oil, and 80% of the oil that China gets, 80% that Iran exports goes to China. So now we have some leverage over China, and much of what's going on in the world has to do with the rise of China and what they wanted as the descent of America. And Trump is reordering that, right? He's pushing us up, thus pushing China down. Now, as far as the regime change part of that, this is the interesting part, because although O'Reilly says, yeah, the Persian people will still have to rise up, again, we don't really know who we're negotiating with, or we don't know. As civilians, we don't know yet. Trump and the team, they're meeting with somebody. They know who they are. But will this be that at the end, there's just going to be a new set of mullahs who are going to be as awful as the Ayatollah and all the previous guys after killing 40,000 of their own people, leading their country to the brink of destruction because of this war and everything else? I don't think so. So I don't think it's going to be regime change and like us installing a puppet or something, but there is going to be very fundamentally different leadership. There simply has to be. The Persian people will not stand for it. They've already put their lives on the line, and now the regime is so much more weakened that we'll see where that shakes out. I think that's fair to say. Here's Trump talking about how Hegseth and General Dan Kane were kind of pissed that the war is about to wrap up.
Disappointed. I don't want to say this, but I have to. I said, Pete and General Raisin Kane, I think this thing's going to be settled very soon. Here they go. Oh, that's too bad. Pete didn't want it to be settled. It's these guys are doing a great job. That's a good attitude, though, Tom, right? They were not interested in settlement. They were interested in just winning this thing. Yeah, please.
Mr. President. I mean, again, it's just a perfect example of why I keep saying we're never going to have a more honest president, and he's giving you a little bit of the insider glean. Like, you could see them sitting in a meeting and Trump being like, you know what, we've talked to them, we're going to get some of the oil, we're going to wrap this thing up, we accomplished most of the goals. You could see Hegseth sitting in there and going, but we can keep going, there's more to do, we're winning. Like, you could see that, and then Trump gives you a little bit of that publicly, a little bit, and he admires them. We have... It's why, it felt kind of silly. I wonder the day that they changed the name from Department of Defense to Department of War, I wonder what I said exactly. I probably said it sounds a little silly, but I don't mind it. That would be my guess. Maybe someone can find that. But it's like, maybe there was a real reason, a real fundamental reason to change the name of the Department of Defense to Department of War. We're not just going to sit back and wait anymore. We are going to lead. And when we have a Department of War that is not looking for war, but will perform war when necessary, then we are going to do it at the maximum level of competency, and that is exactly what we have done here. Here was just kind of a funny moment, and watch some of the facial expressions and hand motions.
The President has made it clear that you will not have a nuclear weapon. The War Department agrees. Our job is to ensure that, and so we're keeping our hand on that throttle as long as hard as is necessary to ensure the interests of the United States of America are achieved on that battlefield.
They're going to keep their hand on that throttle, and it's hard, and they're going to keep. And Trump's kind of, what are we doing now? Yeah, we have good people in charge, and again, from day one when this thing broke out, I think they deserve our trust and credit until it goes horrifically awry, and it has not gone horrifically awry yet, at least. We'll have a bit more on the negotiations and who's going to be handling them on our side. Again, we don't know exactly who it'll be on the other side. It's got to be the 58th guy down the docket of who's in charge over Iran in just a second, but first, Marsman. At some point, things can start feeling a little bit off. Your energy isn't the same, workouts feel harder, and it's tougher to stay focused. One day you feel sharp, the next day you're dragging. That's where Mars Men comes in. It's designed to help your body use testosterone it already makes because some of it can get locked up and not fully used. With regular use, some men report more steady, natural energy and a higher drive throughout the day. It's made with natural ingredients, no needles, and it's made in the USA with third-party testing. Plus, there's a 90-day money-back guarantee, so there's no real risk trying it. For a limited time, our viewers get 50% off for life, plus free shipping and 3 free gifts at Men Go to Mars. Donald Trump is not trying to hurt
Tehran and other parts of their country. They can't do a thing about it. For instance, if I want to take down that power plant, that very big, powerful power plant, they can't do a thing about it.
Right, and the truth is, they know they can't do anything about it, which is why when Trump put on Truth Social, which we read to you yesterday, if you guys don't start negotiating and wrap this thing up with us right now, we're going to blow up your power plants. And then what happened? Well, then they show up and say, we are ready to negotiate, right? And also it goes to the point that Donald Trump is not trying to hurt. It just blows my mind that we going along with this man's lies, like he tells the truth. Weaken the regime and stop its military proxies that are all over the region. Here's a bit more on the potential upcoming talks. This is from the Economic Times. Iranian representatives on Wednesday told the Trump administration that they do not want to re-enter negotiations with U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and U.S. President Donald Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner, and would prefer to engage with U.S. President J.D. Vance, CNN reported, citing sources. The report stated that Iran believes discussions involving Witkoff and Kushner wouldn't be productive given the deficit of trust following the breakdown of negotiations prior to Israel and the U.S. launching military action. So there's something sort of interesting happening there, that they prefer to talk to J.D. They were talking to Kushner and Witkoff about the nuclear enrichment right before the war kicked off. They'd prefer to talk to J.D. Now, they're in no position. They have no leverage whatsoever So Trump is going to send whoever he wants, and, well, here's Trump on the laundry list of people that he has that are involved in this.
Is that true?
Well, he's involved in them. JD is involved, and Marco's involved, and Jared Kushner's involved, very smart guy, and Steve Witkoff, smart guy, is involved. And I'm involved. Why? I'm going to be so big. Oh, I don't want to talk about it. I'm the President of the United States, Tom.
Experience the irresistible crunch of our golden fish crisps, more addictive than chips or spicy corn snacks. Made from wild Alaskan fish, these crisps are oven-baked without a drop of oil for a savory, crispy bite that even turns tiny fish bones into a crunchy delight. With 0 additives and low calories, they're perfect for lunch boxes, afternoon snacks, or midnight munchies.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so I don't even think it matters in some sense who exactly is leading it or who is there and anything else. Trump will be ultimately the decider. He doesn't have to show up in Pakistan to meet with the 86th guy down the list of whoever's in charge of Iran right now. But whether it's JD or it's Witkoff or Kushner or some combination thereof, or certainly Rubio, you're going to have a competent person doing this. You know, there's a bunch of people that have been saying, well, you know, maybe JD, because he seems to be less hawkish, let's say, on these military adventures, that he wouldn't be a good negotiator. But JD's been pretty clear on the threat that Iran has posed to the world, particularly to our ally Israel. Here he is in the 2024 debate talking about that.
Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Yeah, I think that's right, and every country has to decide what's in their best interests, and countries have to decide who their friends are and who their allies are and how you can help and how you match up priorities and things that you want to accomplish, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, I thought this was interesting because, you know, you're seeing so many people now basically say, well, Iran was never a threat. They're never going to be a threat. It's not a problem. Well, Trump did this because he just wants war and blah. This is an interesting compilation of mainstream media, some Biden people, some FBI people, and some CIA people reminding us of that threat over the years.
Iran's nuclear program is galloping forward. It is enriching at higher levels, 20%, even 60%. In small cases, it's using more advanced centrifuges.
Iran has rapidly accelerated its nuclear program and reduced cooperation with international inspectors. Their breakout period is down from about a year, which is what we knew it was during the deal, to just a few weeks or less.
Iran, the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism, has directly or by hiring criminals mounted assassination attempts against dissidents and high-ranking current and former U.S. officials.
The president will
Y'all
not
been lying for
tolerate
years. Show us the
attacks
proof.
on American troops, and
You
neither will
gotta
I.
start fact-checking them.
Our teammates were killed by radical militias backed by Iran and operating inside Syria and Iraq.
Yes, it is true. Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than ever before. If they chose to get a nuclear weapon, could probably get one within weeks.
You know, isn't it interesting that they never show videos like that on CNN? Like, that's Mazemore, who I love crediting. He's a great follow on X who creates a lot of the videos that we show you here. And it's like, that just gives a little context. I'm not saying you have to believe all those people. Like, there's Jen Psaki. I mean, she's horrible. Lloyd Austin was an embarrassingly bad Secretary of Defense. Like, I'm not telling you those are great people or trustworthy people, but those are the same people who will tell you that right now that Iran is not a threat at all. And for years they were telling us it was a huge threat. So it goes to show you that, I don't know, perhaps we should be a little skeptical when people make all of their decisions around usually what the reverse of what Donald Trump is saying. Speaking of such a person, here's Chuck Schumer. He showed up on that show with Joe and the wife. They hate each other, but they do a show together. And here they are, and Chuck refuses to say whether it's good or bad that Iran's military has been degraded. This is just so pathetic. Chuck, nobody likes you. Go home.
You got to answer my question first.
Yeah.
Is it a good thing that Iran, and I think you would agree with me, epicenter of terrorism in the world since 1979, is it good that their military infrastructure is being degraded to the degree that it is? Yes or no?
It's you can't, because it's a premature question. What is going to happen in the next several months?
No, I can ask that question.
Well, you can't separate.
No, I can't. So you have a military side of it. I can show you my chart.
But I think I threw it away. You have the military side, and you have the political side. I'm simply asking on the military side, is it good, regardless of whether we agree with going in or not, is it good that Iran's military infrastructure has been seriously
And again, I
degraded?
have to tell you, Joe, first, you can't, what's going to happen 3 months from now?
Chuck, you are just a pathetic nothing. I cannot believe I'm going to do this. But I agree with Chuck Scarborough. I would call him Chuck Scarborough. That's the newsman from NBC New York in the 80s with Joe Scarborough. Get me an image of Chuck Scarborough. Would you find me an image of Chuck Scarborough? He was a much better broadcaster than Joe Scarborough. But he actually asked the right question because he just reiterated exactly what I've been saying here. There's a military portion of this, and then there's a political portion of it. And what he's saying is you don't have to agree with any of this, but can you at least acknowledge that the military part has been a success? They don't have control of their airspace. The Navy's gone. Like, obviously the answer to that is yes. Why can't you say that, Chuck? You could say, I wish Donald Trump would have had more Democrats involved, or we should have gone to the UN, or just like the laundry list of nonsensical things that you mumble out about everything that you guys do. But you could still say that it has been a military success. You don't have to say, well, in 3 months, we don't know what will happen. That is actually true, and we can hope that the Persian people will take their country back, and we don't know if that's going to happen. But because you have a horrific, brain-damaging case of Trump derangement syndrome, you can't even say things that are very obvious. Do we have an image of Chuck Scarborough? There's good old Chuck Scarborough from NBC Nightly. He was the NBC local affiliate in New York. He was a great broadcaster back in the day. Can we get that video at the end? The thing with the woman yelling at him. And we're gonna end with a great cold close. It's one of my favorite all time. You know what I'm talking about. One of my favorite all time. I love news bloopers in general. When you see the newscasters like break character, we got a great one at the end. Let me show you this. This is Val Deming. Sorry. And she ran for Senate against Marco Rubio right here in Florida for Senate in 2022, and thankfully she lost by an awful lot. She is asked here by Scott Jennings over on CNN if Iran is a bad guy, and I do want to make a note before we play this clip. As you know, I've been trying to limit the cursing, the F-bombs and things, and it's very mixed. I see in the comments it's very mixed. Some people really like it when I drop it. Other people are really appreciative of it. Sometimes you have a kid in a room or anything. I'm just trying, right? The Democrats are cursing all the time. I'm just trying to be a little bit better. So I do want to add that this is going to be the last time for now that we are going to play this Scott and retards intro. We are going to make a new intro for it, and I'm going to try not to say retards after I just said retards, but I'm going to try not to say retards anymore after I just said retards right now. You understand? You got it? Okay, go.
And so the American people, nor the troops on the ground, have a clue what the president's mission is, what the way out is. 13 people, U.S. soldiers, have already died. We need a clear mission.
Okay, respectfully, may I ask you a question? Do you believe that Iran has been the world's largest state sponsor of terror for the last nearly 5 years?
The president is the one, Scott, who said 9 months ago that he obliterated any capability that they had. So what is the mission now?
Right.
Why are we there now?
I would like to engage in it.
They can't answer.
I'd like to ask you, we're having a debate, so I'm asking you a question. Do you believe Iran is a state order?
An explanation for why it's okay to send our sons and daughters into a...
All right, first off, there are no troops.
Oh, he is at ER.
We have bases in the area, but we haven't sent any troops into the ground of Iran. We absolutely have not. I would also say it's an absolute unimaginable tragedy that any soldiers have been lost, that they had to put their life on the line for this. How many soldiers have been lost? I think it's about a dozen, probably. And it's terrible. Every single one is terrible and a tragedy, obviously. But Donald Trump is fighting this war so that there will be less terrorism exported throughout the Middle East and Latin America and North America and Europe and all over the world. Their proxies, Iran, using their oil money, which now apparently we're going to have some access to, they have been funding terror throughout the world. So sometimes, and this is why I always say that libertarian
better stop believing
America only, and we only care about our own borders, and we're anti-war, as if that's a real
everything they're telling y'all.
Everyone
y'all better
would
do your
love
own
to be
research.
anti-war. I've often explained this. using the Shire in Lord of the Rings. They were very happy there with their little houses in the dirt and their hairy feet and the guy who was coming in and smoking weed and whatever he was
Those
smoking.
military bases were housing child brothels.
Smoke turned into a dragon, but it wasn't going to last. You were going to have to build a wall around that thing. And then if I can combine this with Game of Thrones, when the White Walkers were going to try to come into the Shire, I'm combining stories here, but you got to take them out before they get there. That's how it works. You sometimes have to fight war to make sure that, okay, you got it. So yes, Scott, it's like, lady, would you just admit that? But they simply cannot do anything. But okay, let's put Iran down for now. Let's get back to our shores, because hopefully, fingers crossed, the Republicans may push something through that will get some funding to DHS so that our airport situation will get cleaned up, because it is quite a fiasco. Listen to this from NBC. Washington, Senate Republicans are buzzing with optimism that they found a viable path to reopen the Department of Homeland Security. 4 sources familiar with negotiations between the White House and Congress told NBC News. Republicans believe the framework could gain the support of President Donald Trump and secure enough Democratic support to quickly fund the TSA and bring an end to long lines at airports. The path involves funding all of DHS with the exception of immigration, enforcement, and deportation operations under ICE. Once DHS is largely functioning again, Republicans would attempt to use the filibuster-proof reconciliation process to fund the rest of ICE and pass a limited portions of the Save America Act, an election bill that is Trump's top priority. A White House official told NBC News the conversations are still ongoing, but that seems to be an acceptable solution. Senate Majority Leader John Thune, South Dakota, also sounded upbeat about the proposal without making any guarantees. I feel good about it, he told reporters Monday night as the Senate wrapped up business for the day, adding that there are some particulars to nail down, but I think we're in a good spot. So look, we will see. This, as you know, this has been completely on the Democrats. ICE is already funded. They're trying to use every bit of leverage here to maybe get some movement on the SAVE Act. We will see about that. But this has been
tipped off
a
ICE
Democrat
agent before arrest
decision.
at San Francisco
They defunded
Airport.
DHS so that they could extract concessions on ICE, even though ICE was funded in the big, beautiful bill through 2029. So it's 100% on them, but they keep going on
y'all voted
and lying about it.
for
Here is
TSA to lose their job.
100% lying about the situation.
When Americans buy gold and silver, trust matters. ST Bullion is A+ rated by the BBB and trusted with over $6 billion.
So the Republicans have shut down the Department of Homeland Security because they don't want to get ICE under control. And as a result, TSA agents are being forced to work without pay. Americans are being inconvenienced all across the country. And chaos has been created in airports throughout America. Why? Because Republicans apparently want to continue to spend billions of dollars to unleash mass and untrained ICE agents to brutalize and kill the American people and violently target law-abiding immigrant families. It's insane.
How evil. I mean, that last sentence right there. Like, how evil. Untrained, violent people to kill Americans. Like, lies after
big,
lies
beautiful
after lies.
bill.
And
big,
again, you never care
beautiful
about
bubble.
legal American citizens, like the beautiful girl in Chicago who was just killed at Loyola. We'll have more on that in a little bit. You never choke her name out of your robotic mouth, do you, Timu Obama? But no, it's not Republicans that did it. It's Democrats who did it because you wanted to extract pain from the American people so they would hopefully turn it onto Trump. Here's Cory Booker, again, lying, just lying.
Do you want them to hold the line, even if that means TSA agents still not getting paid?
So the problem with TSA not getting
A lady
paid
was arrested at the airport in front of her 9-year-old daughter
No, it
by
is
plainclothes
your choice.
agents,
I don't
ICE
feel like
agents.
repeating myself again. He's Bernie
Immigration.
Sanders, and he doesn't even know if they've
Miss
done
Lopez,
anything by punishing you at the airport.
you mean
accomplish
this?
anything? I don't know. Can I have other people's money? I'm Bernie Sanders. Gotta play the clip whenever you're ready.
Another thing that your colleagues that you caucus with, Democrats, are working on with Republicans is ending the DHS shutdown. Do you believe that Democrats have achieved anything as a part of the DHS shutdown?
I think they try to make the point that ICE is out of control. ICE is out of control, and it needs fundamental reforms.
And did they make that point in your view?
Well, you'll have to judge that. I think they're trying very hard.
I have to say that Bernie Sanders a little more controlled than usual. He's getting up there in age. Maybe he's choking a little bit less on the socialist phlegm that he's always gurgling in his mouth. But
2 hours and 48 minutes in. I need for y'all to hit the like button. I'm about to shut it down. Can I get y'all to double tap the face of your screen? I know I'm earlier than I normally come, but still, I need you to hit the like button. Real quick, I'm going to shut it down. FYI.
Either way, Ted Cruz, I thought this was pretty good because, one of the things that's happening, we played a clip yesterday of Louisiana Senator and National Treasurer John Kennedy talking about how he tried to bring a bill to the floor that would make sure that the Senate wouldn't be paid if they're going to stop other people who work for the government from being paid, that they wouldn't be paid. Well, Senator Ted, it got stopped by the Democrats, of course. Ted Cruz decided to actually just not be paid. Look at this. Due to the Democrats' shutdown, I've asked the financial clerk of the Senate to hold my salary. It's not right for members of Congress to be paid if working men and women of DHS aren't. And you might say, look, that's a little bit of a gimmick or whatever. They're holding the money. He will get the money, obviously. But, the people who are working right now, they will get the back pay too. So in some sense, it's a little bit of a gimmick, but I think it shows that he cares. It shows that he's there's something directionally right about it. And now let's do the complete 180 version of it. So you have Republican senators saying, we will not get paid, a couple of them, we will not get paid if DHS isn't getting paid because of the Democrats. And now we'll do the complete opposite version of that, which is this guy's a complete nutbag lunatic. And go to the streets of Philadelphia and see what a great job he's doing. This is Philly District Attorney Larry Krasner, and he's now threatening to arrest ICE agents who show up at the airport.
This is how it works.
They just got somebody today.
Within the jurisdiction that is the city and county of Philadelphia, I prosecute you. That is how it works. No, I don't take a phone call from the president saying let him go. No, the president cannot pardon you. I'll say it again. The president cannot pardon you.
He's going to get him on the state level.
I will put you in handcuffs, and I will put you in a courtroom, and if necessary, I will put you in a jail cell. If you decide to make the terrazzo floor of this airport anything like what you did in the streets of Minneapolis.
Who does this guy think he is? What mafia movie did he just watch while snorting coke that he's pretending to be whatever that is? You can't do any of that stuff, okay? We also have the...
You're a lie. If he hit him on state charges, that's bullcrap. I mean, federal agents, if judges can be arrested, federal agents can too if they're breaking the law. Yeah, y'all are under the impression as if you're exempt. No. It's just you got people scared to do it. The problem is you have people in positions that are scared to do it. Yeah, and he just says he is not one of them. You understand? Ruben?
They're fixing the problem that your party created. And by the way, you're the district attorney of Philadelphia, and Philadelphia has largely turned into a poop factory. Do we have video?
How did Trump get arrested? Why he was it in office the first time? Yeah, see, that's the problem. He thought he had full immunity, and he don't. So y'all need to get off of that. I'm entitled shit pot. Yeah, stop breaking the law.
Well, yeah, I mean, we just grabbed these 5 seconds ago when we were playing the video. I asked the guys to give me some images out of Philly. So you're the district attorney. Maybe you want to clean that up, tough guy? Like, what is wrong with you people? But now let's do a reverse of that, which is Texas Republican Representative Brandon Gill. And here he talks about how the Democrats have just betrayed America. It's not much more confusing than that.
So much of Democrat policy is in fact...
Okay, let me end on this one because it's just time here. And yeah, it's only so much of the bull crap I can take. I can only listen and stomach. Yeah. I just cannot. And yeah, no. Okay, so what is he saying Trump just got? Let me hear this one that just popped up.
Hey there, welcome back into Occupy Democrats. And in this breaking story, MAGA is going to have to realize that Donald Trump only cares about one thing. Absolutely one. Just money. And his incredibly insecure, narcissistic ego is only satiated by money. And in this breaking story, money will override everything, inclusive of the truth. In just 24 hours, folks, just 24 hours. You've got to see this breaking story. I'm going to show it to you in a few moments. But let's understand that Donald Trump just said this about the situation in Iran yesterday, here.
One thing to me, we're dealing with the right people. I don't want to say in advance, but they've agreed they will never have a nuclear weapon. They've agreed to that.
The reality is Donald Trump has no idea what's going on in Iran because this past weekend, he gave them this big, tough ultimatum right here.
And over the weekend, the president gave Iran an ultimatum. You open the Strait of Hormuz, or the U.S. would destroy Iran's power plant.
And then, of course, comes the fake news defense that he always uses when his lies get him in trouble. This.
You know, I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news.
But oh no, Taco Trump strikes again here.
Well, fast forward to today, the president backing down, citing negotiations, and successful ones at that, with Iran. Here's President Trump's own words on social media. He says, in part, the U.S. and Iran have had very good, productive conversations over the last 2 days.
And this is all within 24 hours coming up to this breaking story right here. But of course, he says, something great just happened, but I can't tell you what it is. And then he tells you what it is. And of course, it's about money.
Thank you, Norberto.
They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present.
Thank you for the clock it.
The present arrived today. It was a very
clock
big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant, it was oil and gas related.
And my favorite part prior to this breaking story is then he tells you, we've killed everyone. He was very proud of that, all the important leaders, but we're talking to the right people. Right, Donnie?
What it showed me is that we're dealing with the right people.
And, oh yeah, we have agreement.
We have major points of agreement. I would say almost all points of agreement.
Except in this breaking story. Honestly,
why
less
is he
than
still
24
sending the
hours
military
later,
to
right
Iran
at
if the war? Exactly.
Check the breaking story
I keep
out of
saying
what Iran
that.
just told Donald Trump.
If he's won, if there's nothing there, why are we sending people there? Thank you, Roberto, for the sunshine.
As Iran knocks back his plan to end war. President Donald Trump was issued a stern rejection Wednesday after Iranian officials knocked back his administration's proposed plan to bring about an end to the war he initiated last month, according to Axios reporter Barak Ravid.
At the end of the day, talks or no talks, Trump's big claims of negotiations were shot down.
The New York Times reported Tuesday night that the Trump administration had sent Iranian officials a 15-point plan to end hostilities between the two nations. A subsequent CNBC report confirmed that Iran had received it. Iranian officials, however, bluntly rejected that plan on Wednesday, according to Ravid, further complicating the Trump administration's ongoing scramble to find an exit to the conflict that has sent oil prices soaring and caused global instability.
Yeah, that's right. So Trump there presenting himself as being uber confident, Iran desperate to make a deal, it's going to be great for the U.S.
Iranian state TV says Iran told the U.S. through the mediators that they reject the 15-point plan. Ravid wrote Wednesday in a social media post on X. Trump has reportedly been looking for a way out of the war, though one former Trump security advisor warned that such an off-ramp may not exist.
Iran has not only rejected that plan over and over, it has consistently stated it has a right to a nuclear plan, and its nuclear plan is only peaceful. So who are the sources that all of this is going to be hunky-dory and fine? Well, there are names. We have to take that with more than a pinch of salt, I think.
With Iran having vowed to keep fighting in response to the joint U.S.-Israeli surprise attack last month.
I led this story off about Trump and his money and ego for a reason. Because if you really track Trump, at least from 2015 on, you will find the direct connection to every single thing he does and doesn't do, and it all comes down to money. Take, for instance, the story breaking right now about Jack Smith and the classified documents case being about ultimately information he wanted to keep
regarding investments. Take the questionable 1.5 billion.
Dang, I need to go there. I heard that last night.
Prior to the Iran talks.
Or
Every
early this
single
morning.
thing that surrounds Donald Trump is ultimately about money. He doesn't care about MBS and the Saudis dismembering Khashoggi. He doesn't care about the U.S. service people that may or may not die in Iran. He doesn't care about any of that. He only cares about Venezuela, oil. Let's put $250 million, put it in my bank account. This is all the man cares about. And we have to recognize that is his driving force at all times.
Absolutely. Hold on, y'all. Thank you, JR, for the floating hearts. They reject him again. Let me see.
Gone silent as Iran is rejecting his ceasefire proposal. Iran says that Donald Trump has gone silent as Iran is rejecting his ceasefire proposal. Iran says that they just believe it is another trick. They have no interest in negotiating with Donald Trump or his regime unless Donald Trump agrees to full reparations from this war against Iran. And there are strong security guarantees that the United States and Israel will not attack and invade Iran again. Iran is also demanding that the United States and Israel essentially remove all military bases from the region, to which the Trump regime, I guess, has responded after claiming there was going to be these powerful ceasefire talks by removing everything from Donald Trump's schedule today. Look at Donald Trump's revised schedule today. It consists of executive time and meetings closed to the press the entire day. Now, Caroline Leavitt is purportedly holding a press conference shortly, which we will be covering here on the Midas Touch Network. But as it relates to Donald Trump,
thank you, Mrs.
He's going to go MIA today, as we have thousands of troops heading to the Middle East, expected to arrive in the next 24 to 48 hours for a possible ground invasion. And folks, despite what you hear from Donald Trump and his regime, it's important to observe what is happening in the region.
Versus what they
Iran
say.
still controls the Strait of Hormuz. They've now created basically a toll system where they're making money controlling the Strait of Hormuz. There is still an escalating war taking place right there. LNG, liquefied natural gas, is running in very short supply. Qatar Energy just declared a force majeure, as have a lot of the main companies in these Arab nations. There is a lack of supply of fertilizer that's now being exported. Helium is not being exported. We have major issues, and as you know, costs are going up, and Donald Trump just continues to try to manipulate the market here, both overtly in what he's posting and saying and what his regime is posting and saying, and especially when they go on financial programs, and behind the scenes. It seems that Trump and his regime, especially with an SEC that doesn't enforce anything, are looking to manipulate the markets by having people participate in market activity that has the power of trying to control markets, but ultimately in the long run it's going to backfire when you do manipulation like that. Just take a look at what Iran's state regime media is saying. Iran does not accept the ceasefire. Fundamentally, entering such a process with those who have violated their commitments is not logical. It's a statement coming right from Iranian TV, from the Islamic Republic. Also, on their regime media, they say the Islamic Republic of Iran insists on the fulfillment of its strategic objectives in confronting the hostile front. Only if those objectives are achieved would an end to the war, not merely a ceasefire, be possible. And Iran has reviewed the American proposal for a ceasefire and considers it excessive. Iran says its defensive operations will continue until its conditions are met. The first condition for ending the war is a halt to attacks and assassination. Tehran has conveyed through a regional intermediary that it will continue defending itself. Iran also says it will not allow Trump to dictate the timing of the war's end. One of the things we learned today through a really strong NBC exclusive is that the way Donald Trump has been getting his information about the war has been through 2-minute highlight or hype reels that his team prepares for him to pretend that the war is going great. So they just clip together 2 minutes of U.S. and Israel bombing things and blowing things up. They show that to him. They don't give him any other information. He doesn't ask for any other information.
They just show
and this is how he's being briefed on the war. So Trump is getting a daily 2-minute highlight reel of the successful U.S. strikes in Iran, basically explosions and wins, raising concerns that he may not be getting the full picture of the war, setbacks included. NBC was the first to break that story. So as we wrote on the Midas Touch Network, they're literally editing the war down to wins only so he doesn't react badly. Think about how insane that is for a commander-in-chief.
So they lying to him so that he won't act a fool.
Meanwhile,
y'all lying to me. So his people lying to him so that he won't act a fool because he getting his ass spanked. Is that what y'all telling me? Y'all, my eyes is big. I just need for y'all to understand. So they are fooling the fool because the fool don't know how to act like he got... Oh, my God. And somebody was in here talking about he doing his damn best. No, he not. I told y'all he was lying. So they lying to him to lie to us for his sake, for their sake, because he gonna act a fool. So they don't think that he need to know that the choices that he making, they making, or whoever making ain't best for the U.S. Oh, my Lord. Oh, Jesus be offense. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my Lord, please protect the military. Lord, please.
So as we wrote on the Midas Touch Network, they're literally editing the war down to win, raising concerns that he may not be getting the full picture of the war, setbacks included. NBC was the first to break that story. So as we wrote on the Midas Touch Network, they're literally editing the war down to wins only so he doesn't react badly. Think about how insane that is for a commander-in-chief and how dangerous that is for included. NBC was the first to break that story. So as we wrote on the Midas Touch Network, they're literally editing the war down to wins only so he doesn't react badly. Think about how insane that is for a commander-in-chief and how dangerous that is for the world. Meanwhile, the head of Iran's parliament, MB Ghalibaf, posted the following message this morning. We are closely monitoring all U.S. movements in the region, especially troop deployments. What the generals have broke, the soldiers can't fix. Instead, they will fall victim to Netanyahu's delusions. Do not test our resolve to defend our land. Just 24 hours ago, Donald Trump and his regime were saying this guy, MB Ghalibaf, the president of Iran's parliament, was their, quote, hot option to become the new leader of Iran as the Trump proxy, the way Donald Trump has the authoritarian Delcy Rodriguez running Venezuela. It's what the Trump regime was telling Politico. They're hot. He's hot. He's hot. MB Ghalibaf, are you listening to what this guy's writing and saying? Meanwhile, Turkey has been pressing Gulf Arab states not to join the U.S. and Israel and war against Iran. Ankara has been urging Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, and others show restraint through intensive diplomatic outreach. Do not join Netanyahu's war, as Turkey's leader Erdogan has continuously been calling this war. Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, responded to Turkey's leader by saying, the resolute position of my brother, Erdogan, president of Turkey, in condemning the warmongering Zionist regime are commendable. The proud nation of our friendly and brotherly country of Turkey has for many years steadfastly played a role in solidarity with the aspirations of the Islamic Ummah. By the grace of God, we will traverse this proud path together. As I also said, don't listen to the words watch and observe what's actually happening.
Wow, the
An
big baby
Iranian
already
missile
wears a
hit near
diaper.
an industrial area in Negev,
Here, need a
Israel.
bottle. It's
The
some
target
warm
was
milk.
likely the Rotem industrial zone near the city of Dimona, where Israel actually has their nuclear bases. Among the key industries in this area are phosphate extraction facilities, operations related to uranium contained in phosphate rock, and Israel's ammonia plant, not to mention in Dimona, that's where all the nukes are. You have that going on. Separately, you take a look at what's happening in Iraq right now. This deserves more attention because a war in Iraq is apparently starting again, or at least the beginning, potentially, of that. So what happened was 7 Iraqi army soldiers were killed and 13 were wounded after a U.S. airstrike hit the clinic and an engineering department at the Habaniya base in Anbar. So that base, which is shared by the Iraqi army and the PMF Hasht al-Shabi, a Shiite militia that works with the army, was struck in 2 consecutive U.S. attacks, March 24th and March 25th. So this all happened in the past 24 hours. Baghdad called the strikes a serious violation of Iraqi sovereignty, especially because a military medical facility was hit. They'd begun their diplomatic and security consultations, but Iraq authorized the Shiite militias to retaliate against the United States. And then we saw in Camp Victory, the Shiite militias using the FPV, those first-person viewing drones, to destroy a Black Hawk and the radar system there with a drone swarm that was circling around the area with impunity. Now,
flat out, getting older sucks, but it doesn't have to. Bubs Naturals
Please
Collagen
hit the
Peptides
like
is going to be the key to your health goals in 2026 and will help you turn back your body naturally had in its youth. So your Bubs is different than other collagen products. There's no junk. That means there's zero.
Director is now giving their own timeline for them.
Please support our show and let them know that Midas Touch sent you.
Israel's intelligence director is now giving their own timeline for this war
Brother
against
Nurse
Iran.
Melania, she was
Israel
doing a meeting with
their
that
director
Prince
is saying
Him
regime
Shim
change
Kim
in
earlier.
Iran will take a full year. So we need to be spending a year there is what Israel ultimately wants, in my opinion.
She playing with the
just
kids.
Netanyahu buying more time in order to keep himself in power while he continues to engage in war crimes and heinous conduct, in my opinion. A Pentagon official says recent U.S. this isn't important, just pivoting for a moment, because we're talking a lot about the Middle East, rightfully so. Trump's
a lot going on today.
But
them
Trump's
Epstein files
has boots on the ground and has engaged in wars across the country,
what did Jack Smith find?
Right?
Hold on, because a lot of movement going on.
Nigeria, for example, right?
I can't trust her. I know we can't trust none of them with nobody.
Now the chief torturer in Venezuela has been promoted to the defense minister role by Delcy Rodriguez. The person who was the biggest torturer of all the pro-democracy groups is now basically the number 2 to Delcy Rodriguez there in Venezuela. You know about Donald Trump blowing up all of those fishing boats, right, off the coast of Venezuela without explaining why, just calling them narco-terrorists with a lot of evidence that they were just fishermen and fishing boats. So now there's boots on the ground. There's ground invasion in Ecuador. Ecuador is run by a right-wing Trump MAGA puppet, Noboa, whose family is also, wealthy family from the area, right-wing oligarchical family. And so a Pentagon official says that the recent U.S.-backed strikes inside Ecuador are just the beginning of wider military campaigns by the United States throughout Latin America. So the operation in Ecuador is called Operation Total Extermination. Okay, you have Operation Epic Fury in Iran, Operation Total Extermination, which sounds like it's right out of Hitler's playbook, in my opinion, is what they're calling this in Ecuador. Began with a joint U.S.-Ecuador strikes near Colombia's border and may expand to more land attacks across the region. So Colombia is also saying this is a violation of their sovereignty. The Intercept was one of the first to report this. So where's the U.S. striking in Ecuador? Well, let's take a look. The U.S. said it helped bomb a drug camp in Ecuador, but it was a dairy farm.
A
New
damn
York Times
dairy
visited
farm.
a village where the United States and Ecuador said they destroyed an armed group's training camp. Residents say
it was
actually
dairy
a
farm.
dairy farm. And it was New York Times investigated these videos.
What's his name? Bessie the heifer.
Showing strikes
They hit the heifer.
Narco terrorists.
Oh my
the strikes
God.
appear to have destroyed a cattle and dairy farm, not a drug trafficking compound, according to interviews with farm owners,
they bombed Betsy the damn heifer,
and residents and leaders in San Martin, the remote farming village in northern Ecuador, where the strike took place. Horrific, horrific stuff right there. And I don't want to neglect what's happening in the rest of the world, right? You've got Donald Trump, just a few weeks before the election in Hungary, wants Putin's puppet Orban to stay in power. Trump keeps posting photos of himself and Orban. He hasn't posted anything in 10 hours, but yesterday, the day before that, he's been making post after post. One of the reasons Donald Trump may have gone silent is, woof, those Republicans lost big in Florida, huh? Democrats flipped House district and a Senate district. The House district that is that covers Mar-a-Lago and a Senate district, both areas that Trump won big in 2024. So
standing behind the black
MAGA
man,
Mike
dark-skinned man.
with all of this? What's MAGA Mike saying?
What's going to hit
MAGA
me?
Mike is asked this morning by the press. The Pentagon is supposedly dispatching 2,000 troops. How is that not
Where
boots on
was
the ground,
the black rapper Kodak Black? I thought he pardoned him.
About the Pentagon is supposedly dispatching 2,000 troops. How is that not putting? How is that not putting boots on the ground? And you said we're not at war. How is that not an escalation of war in Iran?
Look, I think it sends a signal
Boots on the
to
ground.
Iran that they better get their act together. We need to resolve this quickly, and that's the president's interest, and that's ours. It's everyone's. We need to. Operation Epic Fury is almost done. I mean, I think the mission
it's a war.
Was very clearly defined in the beginning. The objectives have been met. We have to get the Strait of Hormuz straightened out, and we need our international partners
until
to help
they
with
can
that,
say it's a war. I wouldn't believe nothing they say. And by the time they're going to say it's a war, they're only going to say it's a war if they win. They're not winning. So it's not a war. Come on, good people. The mere fact that they cannot say it's a war shows defeat. If they were winning, oh, it'd be war. We're at war. We're winning a war. Trump says it's a war. They know, because they sugarcoating shit to him with his damn, alleged dementia. They say Trump was bad as a kid, right? He had to go to reform school. So he can't hear he can't hear none of that stuff. He goes back into a childhood state of mind. So they lying to him. They lying to the liar. Oh my God. One big happy lie. Y'all better stop believing that. They can't even call it a war. We're winning the war, President. Now we winning. Talking to him and baby talking shit. Oh my God. Oh God. Oh. Oh Lord. What? Oh.
Buildup of troops is very different than boots on the ground. We don't have boots on the ground. I don't think that's the intention, but I think Iran should.
You don't think it's the intention and they're being deployed? Oh my God.
MAGA Mike is then asked, so is it your position that we're still not at war? I mean, seems like we're at war, MAGA Mike. Is that what you're saying? Here, play this clip.
Speaker, you said a few weeks ago that we are not at war with Iran. Is it still your position?
I think we're wrapping up Operation Epic Fury. That's what I think. And I think it will be done in short order, and that'll be right on schedule. Yes.
And then more from MAGA Mike right here. Let's play it.
I don't even think they would agree to vote on a bill. They would simply restock our munitions. We've used some of those, as you know, in Operation Epic Fury. And we've got to do that. It's a necessity. The first job of the federal government is to protect the people. But Democrats, I don't think we can count on their basic responsibility of Congress. And so it is part of reconciliation, and probably, and we'll see. Yes.
And then finally, you have MAGA Republican Congresswoman Lisa McClain, who says, I hope it doesn't get to boots on the ground, but if we do it and Trump says we need to do it, it's worth it. This is what the MAGA Republicans are saying. Let's play it.
It feels like this weekend is going to be, interesting, given that we're talking about the Marines and the 82nd Airborne troops going there to assist in opening the strait.
Yeah, look, I'm finally proud to say some of our allies are actually helping out. I hope it doesn't get to boots on the ground. That is a big hope, but at the end of the day, we have got to make sure that we can have trade through the Strait of Hormuz. Take a look at what's happening. The world is coming together for the first time in a long, long time against the terrorist state of Iran. And that's a good thing, because if we want economic prosperity in that region, you had Jamie Dimon, on your program, we have to have stability in that region. And I think this is one of the biggest steps that we've seen in a long time to have stability in that region.
For sure. Yeah. There you have it, folks. Let me know what you think. By the way, have you subscribed to...
Hold on, I just saw one other thing over here. The U.S. troop evacuating. They can't make up their mind. What they doing? What they doing? Y'all, please hit the like button. I can't leave. Oh, my God. I can't hear no White House speaking. Dismisses. What? They try to clean it up. Oh, my God. White House whole briefing. As Iran this... So their briefings is lies. Hold on, I just can't. I can't, y'all. I just cannot hear these lies that made. They are not even telling this. They lying to him. Breaking bombshell. New evidence against Donald Trump exposes possible criminal. It's been enough possible criminal.
We have some major developments this morning. The President of the United States engaged in possibly one of the biggest corruption schemes that we have seen in Tuesday.
Jack Smith told y'all he had enough to get him. She full of beep. I know, Michelle. That's why I ain't going there.
Investigation, because new bombshell reporting this morning confirms that Donald Trump likely took classified documents that were so secret, only 6 people in the federal government were able to see them. But that's not all. He showed people on a trip to a golf course these classified documents, people who didn't have security clearance. And here's where the corruption kicks in. According to reporting, Jack Smith found that it was likely Donald Trump had a business interest in taking those documents. Now, at the same time, the American people are actively rebuking the president, whether at the polls or regarding Iran. At the polls, Democrats in Florida had historic victories last night. And regarding Iran, new polling shows that the American public is not happy where we're at right now, all while Iran is mocking the United States as we speak. Make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. The more you like, the more people will see. And subscribe to my Substack. Click the link below to support my work. Keep me caffeinated right now. If I look tired, I am, but we're getting through this. We're pushing forward, and we're making sure you have all the news right now. If I make a mistake, it's because I'm running on very little sleep.
He committed crimes in front of our faces
I want to begin
for
by talking
10 plus
about this
years. Absolutely.
From Special Counsel Jack Smith, because this report came out. It's not directly from the Special Counsel. It's from a House committee which received a number of documents as part of this investigation that Republicans have essentially been running into the Jack Smith investigation, right? So Republicans are trying to figure out how they can make it so that Donald Trump had a better outcome regarding the Jack Smith investigation. And as part of that, they got a bunch of documents. And while some of these documents showed that Donald Trump took such secret documents that only 6 people in the federal government were able to see them, he then showed, allegedly, these documents on a trip to the Bedminster golf course to folks on a plane. And the business motivation part is really where I think it gets. So this is what is going. It's a letter that was sent today. This is part of a letter sent by a House committee. Quote, apparently Donald Trump showed a map related to military posture in the Middle East. And it was shown to folks on this trip to the Bedminster golf course. Now the House is trying to figure out, well, did he show it to potentially a foreign official? But that's not all. Quote, it is now clear that DOJ is in possession of evidence that President Trump has endangered national security to further the interests of Trump family businesses. It is time to stop the cover-up and allow the American people to know what secrets he betrayed and how he may have covered up, how he may have cashed in on them. So here are the questions that they want to know. Who else was on a plane with Trump from Florida to Bedminster on June 3rd, 2022? Who on the plane did Trump show the classified map to? What did the classified map detail?
Oh yeah, he own it. He own them.
Did Trump improperly retain that were pertinent to his business interests, and which specific business interests? Which members of Trump's family engaged in the business ventures saw or were made aware of the content of these classified documents? Which document did President Trump steal that was so sensitive that only 6 people in the federal government had access to? This is stunning, and more clarity is needed. It comes as the American public sent a clear message last night in Florida. In Florida, House District 87, Emily Gregory defeated the Trump-backed opponent. That's an electorate that was R+10. District voted for Trump by about 11 points. Last night, she won by about 2 points. In Florida Senate District 14, last night, Democrats won by about 0.5 points. That's a district that voted for Trump by about 7 points, had a very Republican electorate. The House District 87 is where Mar-a-Lago resides, or Mar-a-Lago sits. So you're going to have a Democrat representing Mar-a-Lago and Tallahassee now. But here's the bigger takeaway. This isn't like a special election fluke. You had an electorate that was overwhelmingly Republican and an outcome that was Democrat, which means that you had cross-party voters. You had Republicans coming out and voting for Democrats in this special election last night. That should send warning signs, and it does. There are active concerns within the GOP this morning that this could translate to this November, the midterm elections. Because if you have Republicans moving to the Democrats and voting with the Democrats, that is a major problem for Donald Trump and for his chances of retaining a House majority or a Senate majority. And it comes as the American public is actively unhappy with what's happening in Iran, and that could complicate whether or not Donald Trump has a successful November. According to a new AP survey of about 1,100 adults that was released today, 59% now say U.S. military action against Iran has gone too far, even as about 2/3 still prioritize preventing Iran from obtaining nuclear weapons. And we're learning that Donald Trump, according to NBC, that every day, since the start of the war, military officials compile Trump a video update that shows all of the biggest and most successful strikes on Iranian targets over the past 2 days. The daily montage typically runs for about 2 minutes, sometimes longer. One describes each daily video as a series of clips of just, quote, blowing stuff up. So this is what Trump is getting. He's getting clips of people just blowing stuff up. And while there is deep concern now that Trump isn't actually getting accurate information about what's happening in Iran and whether or not the United States is successful or not, because he's just getting these videos of the United States military blowing stuff up. And at the same time, the Iranian military is mocking the White House. Take a listen.
درگیری‌هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده؟ نه خبری از سرمایه‌گذاری‌هایتان در منطقه خواهد بود و نه قیمت سابق انرژی و نفت را خواهید دید تا وقتی که بفهمید ثبات در منطقه توسط دست قدرتمند نیروهای مسلح ما تضمین می‌شود.
Here's what you actually want in an emergency food supply. First and foremost, calories. Spoiler alert, you're going to need a...
They're actively mocking the president, actively mocking the negotiations. They want to negotiate with Vice President Vance. They're not really negotiating with Steve Witkoff or Jared Kushner.
No,
and it comes as well. They're actively mocking the negotiations. They want to negotiate with Vice President Vance. They're not really negotiating with Steve Witkoff or Jared Kushner. And it comes as well. Here's what one Republican congressman had to say about Donald Trump's vision in the region.
It's going to take financially to make sure that these folks are no longer in power is worth it. It truly is. And again, Donald Trump doesn't think in an election cycle. Donald Trump thinks in generational cycles. And we need to put this money up front to make sure that these guys in Tehran no longer have the ability to negatively influence the entire planet, period.
Meanwhile,
Trump is thinking in, quote, generational cycles, not election cycles. Well, the issue for him is that he actually only has one more election cycle to go, and he may be putting boots on the ground. Take a listen.
Like this weekend is going to be, interesting, given that we're talking about the Marines and the 82nd Airborne troops going there to assist in opening the strait.
Yeah. Look, I'm finally proud to say some of our allies are actually helping out. I hope it doesn't get to boots on the ground. That is a big hope. But at the end of the day, we have got to make sure that we can have trade through the Strait of Hormuz. Take a look at what's happening. The world is coming together for the first time in a long, long time against the terrorist state of Iran. And that's a good thing, because if we want economic prosperity in that region, you had Jamie Dimon, on your program, we have to have stability in that region. And I think this is one of the biggest steps that we've seen in a long time, to have stability in.
But that's not actually what the American people are advocating for or want in this moment. And that's a significant break from where Republicans in Congress and this administration is. I'll have another update for you shortly. Like, comment, share, and subscribe.
Okay, one more and I'm out. Yeah, I'm telling you, I should not be having to tell y'all to hit the like button this far off into the hour, after hour of updated tea that y'all are not getting, because all y'all be listening to is them lies.
Abdul Qadir al-Karbala'i, the group's military deputy, said all regional energy facilities are now within the reach of the resistance's missiles and drones. He warned that any hostile action against Iranian infrastructure would face a direct military response. That threat mirrors the IRGC's own warning about Gulf energy sites, but it comes from Iraq, not Iran. It means the threat to regional energy infrastructure is not limited to what the IRGC can launch from Iranian territory. It now includes what Iran-backed groups can launch from Iraqi soil, closer to Gulf targets and harder to attribute.
Hold on.
NATO confirmed it. The alliance said it is adjusting its mission in Iraq.
I was trying to find a Jack Smith.
AFP, the non-combat force, was being temporarily relocated because of the Middle East war. Iraqi security sources told the Qatar news agency that the NATO mission was being evacuated from its base and withdrawn from Iraq, describing it as a temporary operation due to the regional situation. The National reported that NATO withdrew all mission personnel from Iraq to Europe. The Victoria Base complex, located next to Baghdad International Airport, has served as a logistical and support hub for U.S. and coalition forces since the 2003 invasion. It has been under repeated drone and missile attacks since the war began on February 28th. NATO spokesperson Alison Hart said the alliance was working in close coordination with allies and partners, but declined to provide further details for security reasons. The withdrawal is real. The question is what forced it. The Islamic resistance in Iraq claims it forced the withdrawal. Abu Mahdi al-Jafari, spokesman for the Awliya al-Dam brigades, said the U.S. and NATO requested mediation through the Iraqi government to obtain a temporary 24-hour truce from the resistance factions, with the aim of completing the withdrawal from Victoria Base toward Turkey. Several resistance factions said they agreed to the truce under strict conditions. No popular mobilization forces were to be targeted during the window, specifically along the Samarra-Karbala belt. They warned that any violation would end the truce immediately. The factions also said NATO transport aircraft had failed to land at Victoria Base a day earlier due to heavy fire around the perimeter. Those claims come from militia statements and remain unverified. What is confirmed is that NATO relocated its mission out of Iraq as the regional war closed in on Baghdad. The framing depends on who is telling the story. NATO called it a posture adjustment. Iraqi officials said it was a sovereign decision tied to earlier agreements. The resistance calls it a military victory. The reality contains elements of all three. A 2024 agreement between Iraq and the United States provided for the gradual conclusion of the coalition mission and full withdrawal by 2026. The Victoria Base departure follows earlier exits from Ain al-Assad Air Base in Anbar Province and other installations. U.S. troops had already relocated from Baghdad to Erbil before the current war began. The withdrawal was planned, but it unfolded amid escalating attacks around Baghdad and amid militia claims, still unverified, that the airfield had become too dangerous for a normal exit. The timeline was set by diplomacy. The pace was set by pressure. The scale of attacks on U.S. positions in Iraq since February 28th is staggering by the resistance's own count. Shafaq News reported that factions operating under the Islamic resistance in Iraq have claimed nearly 300 attacks targeting U.S. military facilities across Iraq since the war began. The IRI announced on March 21st that it carried out 27 operations in the previous 24 hours alone, using dozens of drones and missiles. FDD's Long War Journal documented that the Umbrella Network claimed 21 operations on March 1st, 28 on March 2nd, and 27 on March 3rd. The pace has been daily. The targets have included Victoria Base, the U.S. Embassy compound in the Green Zone, Erbil International Airport, and diplomatic support centers. CENTCOM initially said 6 U.S. service members had been killed in the conflict. By mid-March, Reuters reported roughly 200 American troops wounded across the wider war. 6 dead, 18 wounded. Those are CENTCOM's own numbers, not militia claims. The deaths occurred across a campaign that the Islamic resistance in Iraq says it joined immediately when the war began on February 28th. During the 12-day war in June 2025, when Israel and the United States conducted a bombing campaign in Iran, Tehran's Iraqi proxies largely stood on the sidelines. This time, they did not. The difference is the scale of the U.S.-Israeli operation and the killing of Supreme Leader Khamenei in the opening strikes. The militias that watched from the margins in June entered the war in February. And Iraq is no longer a side theater. It has become a place where the American presence is shrinking under extreme pressure. The attacks on U.S. facilities in Baghdad have been specific and escalating. On March 10th, 6 drones were launched at the Baghdad Diplomatic Support Center near the airport, with 5 intercepted and 1 impacting near a guard tower. On March 14th, a missile struck a helipad at the U.S. Embassy compound in Baghdad's Green Zone, causing smoke to rise above the compound. Earlier in the war, drones hit the Baghdad Diplomatic Support Center near the airport, and Reuters later reported renewed attacks on U.S. facilities in the same area. On March 21st, a drone strike hit the headquarters of the Iraqi National Intelligence Service in Baghdad's Mansour district, killing 1 police officer. By the weekend, the airport complex remained under threat. The target list is not random. It is the infrastructure of the American presence in Baghdad. The embassy, the airport, the logistics hubs, and the intelligence headquarters. If NATO does not return to Victoria Base soon, the foreign military footprint in central Baghdad will be thinner, more exposed,
The majority, they are, so why are they, so I guess the ones that's moving out are the ones that's
centered on Erbil.
Don't want to be there. I mean, why are they sending more people?
Before the war, that by withdrawing from Ain al-Assad and
Victoria, that's in Baghdad.
The U.S. reduces the vulnerability of its forces to asymmetric attacks and denies Tehran the tactical and symbolic advantage of striking American targets in central and western Iraq. That analysis was written in
this is so confusing.
It described a strategic choice.
They all over the place because of the Epstein files now.
The biggest lie in fitness is that you have to choose.
Now, we can't forget that this is all because of the Epstein files.
Cook unity.
If there was no Epstein files and Trump wasn't in them all over the place orchestrating, we wouldn't be going through this right now.
Mojtaba, an Iraqi resistance faction, issued a warning
tied to Trump's
48-hour ultimatum on power plants. Abdul Qadir al-Karbala'i, the group's military deputy, said all regional energy facilities are now within the reach of the resistance's missiles and drones. He warned that any hostile action against Iranian infrastructure would face a direct military response. That threat mirrors the IRGC's own warning about Gulf energy sites, but it comes from Iraq, not Iran. It means the threat to regional energy infrastructure is not limited to what the IRGC can launch from Iranian territory. It now includes what Iran-backed groups can launch from Iraqi soil, closer to Gulf targets and harder to attribute. NATO confirmed it. The alliance said it is adjusting its mission in Iraq. A French military source told AFP the non-combat force was being temporarily relocated because of the Middle East war. Iraqi security sources told the Qatar news agency that the NATO mission was being evacuated from its base and withdrawn from Iraq, describing it as a temporary operation due to the regional situation. The National reported that NATO withdrew all mission personnel from Iraq to Europe. The Victoria Base complex, located next to Baghdad International Airport, has served as a logistical and support hub for U.S. and coalition forces since the 2003 invasion. It has been under repeated drone and missile attacks
Thank
since
you,
the war
Mrs.
began on
Ann.
February 28th. NATO spokesperson Alison Hart said the alliance was working in close coordination with allies and partners, but declined to provide further details for security reasons. The withdrawal is real. The question is what forced it. The Islamic resistance in Iraq claims it forced the withdrawal. Abu Mahdi al-Jafari, spokesman for the Awliya al-Dam brigades, said the U.S. and NATO requested mediation through the Iraqi government to obtain a temporary 24-hour truce from the resistance factions, with the aim of completing the withdrawal from Victoria Base toward Turkey. Several resistance factions said they agreed to the truce under strict conditions. No popular mobilization forces were to be targeted during the window, specifically along the Samarra-Karbala belt. They warned that any violation would end the truce immediately. The factions also said NATO transport aircraft had failed to land at Victoria Base a day earlier due to heavy fire around the perimeter. Those claims come from militia statements and remain unverified. What is confirmed is that NATO relocated its mission out of Iraq as the regional war closed in on Baghdad. The framing depends on who is telling the story. NATO called it a posture adjustment. Iraqi officials said it was a sovereign decision tied to earlier
Can I get some
agreements.
super
The
stickers and
resistance calls
super
it a
chats? Let's
military
get some
victory.
color
The reality contains elements of all
up
three.
in here
A
of support.
2024 agreement between
I could
Iraq and the United
appreciate some
States
super
provided
chats,
for the
super
gradual
stickers, or cash
conclusion of the
apps.
coalition mission and full withdrawal
Please
by
and thank you.
2026. The Victoria Base departure follows earlier exits from Ain al-Assad Air Base in Anbar Province and other installations. U.S. troops had already relocated from Baghdad to Erbil before the current war began. The withdrawal was planned, but it unfolded amid escalating attacks around Baghdad and amid militia claims,
It was
still
planned.
unverified, that the airfield had become too dangerous for a normal exit. The timeline was set by diplomacy. The pace was set by pressure. The scale of attacks on U.S. positions in Iraq since February 28th is staggering by the resistance's own count. Shafaq News reported that factions operating under the Islamic resistance in Iraq have claimed nearly 300 attacks targeting U.S. military facilities across Iraq since the war began. The IRI announced on March 21st that it carried out 27 operations in the previous 24 hours alone, using dozens of drones and missiles. FDD's Long War Journal documented that the Umbrella Network claimed 21 operations on March 1st, 28 on March 2nd, and 27 on March 3rd. The pace has been daily. The targets have included Victoria Base, the U.S. Embassy compound in the Green Zone, Erbil International Airport, and diplomatic support centers. CENTCOM initially said 6 U.S. service members had been killed in the conflict. By mid-March, Reuters reported roughly 200 American troops wounded across the wider war. 6 dead, 18 wounded. Those are CENTCOM's own numbers, not militia claims. The deaths occurred across a campaign that the Islamic resistance in Iraq says it joined immediately when the war began on February 28th. During the 12-day war in June 2025, when Israel and the United States conducted a bombing campaign in Iran, Tehran's Iraqi proxies largely stood on the sidelines. This time, they did not. The difference is the scale of the U.S.-Israeli operation and the killing of Supreme Leader Khamenei in the opening strikes. The militias that watched from the margins in June entered the war in February. And Iraq is no longer a side theater. It has become a place where the American presence is shrinking under extreme pressure. The attacks on U.S. facilities in Baghdad have been specific and escalating. On March 10th, 6 drones were launched at the Baghdad Diplomatic Support Center near the airport, with 5 intercepted and 1 impacting near a guard tower. On March 14th, a missile struck a helipad at the U.S. Embassy compound in Baghdad's Green Zone, causing smoke to rise above the compound. Earlier in the war, drones hit the Baghdad Diplomatic Support Center near the airport, and Reuters later reported renewed attacks on U.S. facilities in the same area. On March 21st, a drone strike hit the headquarters of the Iraqi National Intelligence Service in Baghdad.
Oh yeah, he had reasonable doubt.
of justice. Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, is so inept that based on accusations by Representative Jamie Raskin in a new letter to her, she revealed the fact that Donald Trump kept a secret war map and another document so top secret that only 6 people in the entire world had the right classification to review it. Not only did he keep it, he showed it on an airplane in 2022. He showed the map again at Bedminster Golf Course to other people without top secret clearance. And the reason, according to Jack Smith and a progress memo he provided to then Attorney General Merrick Garland, was for personal gain and profit by Donald Trump. Yes, we now have the explanation as to why Donald Trump kept the map and he kept the top secret, only 6 people, eyes only document, was for him to have personal gain. It wasn't a trophy, wasn't a souvenir, it wasn't something he was going to frame and show his grandkids. It was something he was going to make money from. And that's what Jamie Raskin is getting to the bottom of with a bombshell new letter to Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, that not only accuses Donald Trump of trying to make money and profit off the top secret security of America, but also accuses her of violating an order in front of Judge Cannon, of all people, related to the Mar-a-Lago investigation of Donald Trump and whether he committed espionage and obstruction of justice. I'll tie it all together right here on Legal AF on this Wednesday. I'm Michael Popak. Take a minute, hit the free subscribe button. There's 2 pieces of evidence that you should focus on for this hot take. One of them is a war map.
I bet you Christy know I'm giving up information right about now.
It's a classified war map, war planning document for the United States. So important. So critical that even Donald Trump wanted to take it with him. I mean, I think the value of it is demonstrated by Donald Trump stealing it, don't you? And another document, also not completely identified, that Donald Trump, along with the map, showed on a flight from Palm Beach International Airport to LaGuardia Airport in New York in 2022 to people including his current Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, when she was just the head of his super PAC. Flight from Palm Beach International Airport to LaGuardia Airport in New York in 2022 to people including his current Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, when she was just the head of his super PAC, his Political Action Committee. Document also not completely identified that Donald Trump, along with the map, showed on a flight from Palm Beach International Airport to LaGuardia Airport in New York in 2022 to people including his current Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, when she was just the head of his super PAC, his Political Action Committee. That document is so top secret and sensitive that only 6 people out of 5 billion in the world are able to see it, including Donald Trump. But it goes further in the allegations that Representative Raskin raises in his new letter, which will be the beginnings of an investigation, which is how did Bondi provide the House Republicans with cherry-picked documents from the Mar-a-Lago investigation, and how is that not a violation of Judge Cannon's own gag order and protective orders in her case? In other words, you can't disclose it. There's no congressional privilege. If the judge said nobody should see these things, then nobody should see these things. But they try to cherry-pick them to get ready for the Jack Smith testimony a month ago behind closed doors. And in that, Jamie Raskin, a lawyer, a constitutional scholar, accuses Pam Bondi of what? Violating a court order. Here we go
and
with the letter posted in Legal AF Substack for those that are paid members. One lingering question has been why Jamie Raskin, Representative Raskin, asked Attorney General Bondi, why would Donald Trump go to such extraordinary lengths to steal classified documents, hoard them, and refuse to return them? You've been fighting tooth and nail to bury Jack Smith's report in order to cover up the answer to this key question. For the past year, DOJ has been working with Republicans of the House Judiciary Committee to wage a campaign of retribution against federal career prosecutors and federal agents who did their duty and worked on the 2020 election interference case. As part of this effort, DOJ earlier this month produced yet another set of cherry-picked documents relating to Jack Smith's work, apparently blinded by the frenzied search to find any scrap of evidence that could be twisted and distorted to level an attack on the special counsel Smith. You quite amazingly missed the fact that some of the documents you provided included damning evidence about your boss's conduct and may well violate an order your DOJ and Department of Justice demanded from Judge Aileen Cannon. These new disclosures suggest that Donald Trump stole documents so sensitive that only 6 people in the entire U.S. government had access to them, that the documents he stole pertain to his business interests. Hold that thought there. Let that land for a minute.
Business
He's
interests.
profiting. He's a profiteer, a war profiteer, a top secret classified documents profiteer.
We all know when a crisis hits,
y'all gonna believe me one day.
To go, whether it's a blackout, a free.
He stole pertained to his business interest, and that Susie Wiles, then the CEO of his super PAC, witnessed President Trump showing off a classified map to a passenger on his private plane from Palm Beach, Mar-a-Lago, back to New York, LaGuardia. This glimpse into the trove of evidence behind the cover-up reveals a president who may have sold out our national security to enrich himself. It goes on to talk about grand jury material that are restricted from being produced even to Congress by way of Judge Cannon's order. It says on page 2, in short, the position of the DOJ appears to be that it can violate Judge Cannon's order and grand jury secrecy whenever it sees an opportunity to smear Jack Smith. They talk about the memo that was written and given in 2023 to by Jack Smith to Merrick Garland, kind of an update memo. It says the memo details the extent to which the then president and his staff acted recklessly with their most sensitive secrets. A 23-year-old Trump aide named Chamberlain Harris scanned the contents of a box into her laptop and uploaded it into the cloud. Wow. This material included highly sensitive documents accessible to only 6 people, including the president. Then he talked about how, with access to the final report, we do not have the classified map. We do know that around the time of his flight to Bedminster, Trump was entering into partnerships with the Saudi-backed Live Golf and state-linked real estate firm. A month after the flight, President Trump played at Bedminster with the head of the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Saudi Arabia. He defended his business interest in Saudi Arabia while he held all these classified documents. If the map is related to our military posture in the Middle East and was in fact shown to any foreign official, that would amount to an unforgivable betrayal of our men and women in uniform who are currently valiantly fighting in President Trump's disastrous war in Iran. And so he demands information and notice. Instead, we get a statement by the Trump administration that says, oh, reckless, feckless Department of Democrats are at it again without evidence. No, they're not at it again. They looked through the documents that were used to go after Jack Smith and determined that there's been court order violations.
Absolutely.
And also potential
and the judge
selling out of our national interests by an outgoing president. We're going to continue to follow where this goes next, but I can tell you that when Jamie Raskin speaks, when he leads, the news cycle and others follow, and don't be surprised when oversight committee hearings start over this particular issue, which we will drill down on. I'm working behind the scenes to get Representative Raskin to come on Legal AF with me again to brief our audience on these important issues.
It's going down.
I'm glad you're here on Legal AF.
I told you I was up early and I could tell something was popping off today. I tried to warn y'all. It's the only reason why I'm at it this early. A lot is going on. A lot is going on at the same time. The cover up is real, and all of these actions that he's taking are real. Let me see what this one is. Hold on.
Trump spent years calling Jack Smith a political hitman, a witch hunter, a radical.
That's why we are so excited to tell you guys about Jackery's new Home Power 3600 Plus. When the power does go out here,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be somewhere in between the chairman of the full committee and the distinguished chairman of the subcommittee. Thank you, Director Squires, for joining us today. As head of the PTO, your job is to promote stability in the market for goods and services by protecting trademarks that are used in interstate commerce. In pursuit of the mission, the USPTO has for decades been removed from political intrigue, favoritism, and controversy. By keeping politics out, prior presidents and USPTO directors ensured that applicants had a fair and honest system to rely on. It seemed to change last year. You and President Trump injected partisan politics into the work of the PTO, from working to strip trademark examiners of any right to collective bargaining, a right that they've enjoyed for many decades, and firing the members of the patent and trademark oversight bodies, to refusing to respond to congressional requests for information. Your tenure seems to be threatening the traditional integrity and non-political nature of our system. You recently took an extraordinary and unprecedented action. Earlier this year, the USPTO itself filed trademark applications on behalf of Donald Trump's ill-defined private multi-billion-dollar global project called the Board of Peace. President Trump has declared himself chairman for life of this elusive entity. He's promised billions of dollars from the taxpayers to the board, although Congress has not voted a single dollar for it. And he has secured billions of dollars from mostly corrupt foreign governments, including Saudi Arabia, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, United Arab Emirates, Morocco, Bahrain, Qatar, Uzbekistan, and Kuwait. Beyond that, there's not much we know about this shadowy venture. We don't know its basic corporate structure. We don't know whether it's a registered entity anywhere in the United States or in any other country. We don't know who controls the billions of dollars in its bank accounts. We don't know what countries those bank accounts are located in. We don't know who will conduct audits and oversight of the board, if anyone. And we don't know what the president intends to do with this massive, secret, unaccountable slush fund while he's in office and after he leaves. Yet,
he gonna
build
this in foreign countries to get out of the U.S.
for its name and for its logo, a move that should have required it to identify the legal entity that actually runs it and controls its billions of dollars. You stepped in. You personally filed the trademark applications allowing USPTO to stand in as a straw trademark holder to cover up for this slush fund that appears to put both billions of U.S. taxpayer funds and billions in payments from foreign governments into the pocket of the chairman for life, Donald Trump, who will control it. The president set up a board that likely violates both the foreign and the domestic emoluments clauses, and now you're helping to run the operation as far as we can tell. What's more, I'm not sure that either you or the Trump administration realize what you're confessing by filing a trademark application. You're admitting that the Board of Peace is not a legitimate governmental body, but rather a commercial enterprise set up by President Trump. Our trademark law began in 1879 when the Supreme Court struck down a trademark law that applied to any and all organizational designations. The court ruled that Congress could do so only under the Commerce Clause. So when Congress passed the Trademark Act of 1881, it was written to apply only to marks used in interstate commerce. The modern version of the Lanham Act in 1946 makes clear it only protects trademarks used in interstate commerce. Section 1052B specifically forbids the registration of any insignia of the United States or any state or municipality or any foreign nation or any other governmental body. So by filing for a trademark, you're admitting that the Board of Peace is not really a governmental entity at all. It's a purveyor of influence operating for profit with apparently $1 billion admission fee, at least that's what's been reported in the press. A money laundering scheme to pocket the billions, all made in a global shakedown in the name of peace. Now, as far as I can tell, the USPTO has just 9 trademarks. 4 are various logos for your office, some of which read USPTO, others have the full name of the agency written out. IS Patent and Trade Office. 3 more are for the phrases "go for real" and "you're smart, buy smart," phrases that were part of a public awareness campaign that the USPTO itself ran with the National Crime Prevention Council. The other 2 are now for the mysterious Board of Peace, which has no organizational relationship, I believe, whatsoever to the USPTO. So by agreeing to act as President Trump's phone a friend and using the PTO to register a trademark on behalf of a third party, it would seem you're violating a cardinal principle of the Lanham Act, which explicitly lays out in subsection B that only, quote, a person who has a bona fide intention under circumstances showing the good faith of such person to use a trademark in commerce, who may request registration of the trademark. That's quite a problem for the agency whose role it is to administer and police the registration of trademarks and to administer disputes about them. One can only imagine this decision will get challenged, and there will be litigation over the mark that you have now claimed as your own for the PTO before your agency, which is charged with being the neutral adjudicator of disputes about trademarks. The only reason anyone ever registers a trademark is to prevent competing uses. Why would the Trump administration tell you to file for this registration except to suppress anyone else's trademark related to the word peace? The field is crowded with existing registrations by other educational purveyors of global peace. To give a few examples I found online this morning: World Peace Table, World Peace Network, Project Peace, Peace Vision Global, Global Peace Initiative, Global Peace Center, Peace Network, Peace Action, the Peace Trust, Greenpeace. Any one of these organizations would have a strong case to sue for cancellation of Trump's Board of Peace trademark on the grounds that it dilutes and infringes their own pre-existing trademarks for peace facilitation services. And also, of course, that this mark is not registrable at all, since it purports to identify a governmental entity and not an organization in interstate commerce. Not only would you have to decide whether Trump has a defense to prior users' opposition to his marks, you would have to rule on any offensive use of trademark law by Trump against any of the other groups. Let's say he moves to attack Greenpeace for infringement of his commercial trademark or opposes registration of any new organization that uses peace in its name. Who would adjudicate this? You would, your office. You're both the owner and you're the judge of any rights that you have as an owner against anyone who wants to identify their organization with the word peace. This is not just a disreputable use of the trademark registration process, it's the first step in giving Donald Trump and his subordinates a monopoly on use of the word peace, to make the very notion of peace unthinkable if it departs from control of the new big brother who now owns it. President Trump can't win the Nobel Peace Prize he craves because he plunged us into an aggressive war of choice in the Middle East. Now he'll just own the word peace instead. I wrote to you last week, Director Squires, asking about this elusive entity, an unprecedented, baffling situation. If there's a reasonable explanation for the USPTO's conduct here, we'd like to hear it today. Because if you simply file on behalf of the Board of Peace as a favor to the president, then that's a serious problem.
What's
A
the
decision
law?
like that doesn't just drag the USPTO into covering up for a slush fund that may violate both the foreign and domestic emoluments clauses. It's bad for the integrity of our trademark laws. When people lose faith in the fairness and objectivity of our system, it begins to fall apart. So I'm not just troubled that you may be violating the basic trademark rules. I'm troubled that in violating the rules to help Donald Trump, you may be acting as a political operative in a way that will destroy our neutral system for regulating source-identifying trademark rights. The trademark system is designed to protect everyone. If applicants think that the rules change for the wealthy and the politically well-connected, they're much less likely to believe the system can work for them. I look forward today to finding out how you justify your agency registering a commercial mark for this alleged governmental entity, if that's what it is, how you intend to resolve disputes with the dozens of past and future registrants of peace organizations, and what you intend to do to restore the professional, nonpartisan reputation of the USPTO. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Hold on, I think I saw. It was 24th. Hold on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be somewhere.
That's why they doing all that lying. This is why all these lies are coming out. Yeah, that's why you're doing all of this lying. Live on cam. Israel nuclear city exploding. They told y'all they wasn't playing.
MS Now's Carol Leonnig and Jackie Alamany have that incredible reporting. Eddie Glaude is also back with us. So, Carol, take us through the evidence Jack Smith found.
Yeah, Chris, you summarized that beautifully, the enduring mystery of the classified documents case, even for Republican allies and supporters of Donald Trump, starting when I began talking to them in June of 2020.
MS Now's Carol Leonnig and Jackie Alamany have that incredible reporting. Eddie Glaude is also back with us. So, Carol, take us through the evidence Jack Smith found.
Yeah, Chris, you summarized that beautifully, the enduring mystery of the classified documents case, even for Republican allies and supporters of Donald Trump, starting when I began talking to them in June of 2020. Was why did Donald Trump put himself in this kind of criminal exposure?
'Cause he broke.
And danger of being charged with a very serious
No
crime.
liquidated
taking
funds.
Documents out of the White House after he left in 2021 and left the presidency. And why did he obstruct justice? Documents out of the White House after he left in 2021 and left the presidency. And why did he obstruct justice, the evidence suggests, and conceal and basically mislead the government about the fact that he was withholding these documents when the government subpoenaed them? You know, you will remember Donald Trump insisted through his lawyer that he had turned over these documents when the government subpoenaed them.
Putting himself in position to betray the United States, steal from the United States, hide from the United States.
2022 search by the FBI uncovered hundreds more.
And folks still believing in this man.
Now we're learning as a result of this
he doing the best he
January
can.
2023
The devil is a lie.
memo that MS Now was able to obtain and review. We're learning that Jack Smith was looking very seriously into the likelihood and possibility that Donald Trump had kept numerous classified documents that pertained to his business interests, and that perhaps that was his motive for keeping the records,
stealing from the
lying
U.S.
to the government about returning everything that was classified.
Defrauding,
how ironic, right?
unaliving
gets
citizens.
These documents as part of the DOJ's effort to undermine the classified documents case, but then he writes to Attorney General Bondi this.
And lying to the government about returning everything that was classified.
Yeah, Jackie, how ironic, right? Raskin gets these documents as part of the DOJ's effort to undermine the classified documents case, but then he writes to Attorney General Bondi this. Apparently blindsided by the frenzied search to find any scrap of evidence that could be twisted and distorted, you have, quite amazingly, missed the fact that some of the documents you provided include damning evidence about your boss's conduct.
Absolutely.
What does the White House have to say about all this?
They want to talk about something
White
else
House is saying that
about
these
what the
claims by Raskin
Biden
are
didn't do.
baseless and true. They've claimed that they've been in full compliance with the law. They've also tried to spin this as an example of how they are the most transparent Justice Department in history by providing these documents. They've also essentially said that because
the judge, it's a judge's order.
They claimed that they've been in full compliance with the law. They've also tried to spin this as an example of how they are the most transparent Justice Department in history by providing these documents. They've also essentially said that because none of this information was disclosed before a grand jury and that this sensitive information has been redacted, for example, pointing to something that was included in the progress report, which was the manifest of the plane where Donald Trump allegedly showed people, including Susie Wiles, classified information because those names were redacted, that actually they did protect sensitive information and therefore were not in violation of the gag order by Eileen Cannon. Trump himself. because those names were redacted, that actually they did protect sensitive information and therefore were not in violation of the gag order by Eileen Cannon. Trump was before a grand
Cannon
jury,
involved too.
and that
She a
this
part of the
sensitive information
cover-up.
has been redacted. For example, pointing to something that was included in the progress report, which was the manifest of the plane where Donald Trump allegedly showed people, including Susie Wiles, classified information because those names were redacted, that actually they did protect sensitive information and therefore were not in violation of the gag order by Eileen Cannon. Trump himself has yet to comment directly on these reports, however. In the past, just a month ago, or I guess now maybe 2 months ago, when Jack Smith testified information because those names were redacted, that actually they did protect sensitive information and therefore were not in violation of the gag order by Eileen Cannon. Trump himself has yet to comment directly on these reports, however. In the past, just a month ago, or I guess now maybe 2 months ago, when Jack Smith testified before Congress, Trump took to Truth Social with very strong words against Jack Smith, calling him a deranged animal, asking Pam Bondi to open up an investigation into him, to hold him accountable for these investigations as special counsel. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that raised again today on Truth Social at some point. But we also know that this report, this disclosure could be especially important for Senate lawmakers as they are set to call Jack Smith to testify before their chamber in the next few months, and this is ripe for a new line of questioning.
So, Carol, but all this reporting is coming. Isn't it now right that Jack Smith has largely been barred from discussing details of his work?
Yeah, I think your word of ironic was really ideal, Chris, in this situation, because the Department of Justice, the FBI director, have been, kind of pawing through a lot of Jack Smith's files, trying to find what they believe is evidence or proof or indicia that Jack Smith weaponized, or Joe Biden, former President Joe Biden, weaponized the Justice Department to come after Donald Trump. They've been really unsuccessful in establishing that Jack Smith did anything inappropriate. And here, in releasing a trove of documents about Arctic frost, which was the election interference investigation, in doing that, they released this January 2023 memo, which doesn't look that great for Donald Trump. It affirms some reporting that Jackie and I did a long time ago, either together or separately, that raised questions about what Susie Wiles knew about Donald Trump showing classified information to people. It shows that there was evidence they had that he showed this classified map in a plane when he was no longer president, and none of them had security clearances. It indicates that only 6 people were authorized to look at one of these documents that Donald Trump had in his possession. And I want to underscore that and say 6 people, including the President of the United States. That means the document was part of a special access program where only the President or the CIA director could grant permission for people to see it. It's a document that the top national security prosecutors investigating Donald Trump for classified records mishandling did not have authorization to look at the time.
So, Eddie, that comes all at a time when the divide between the rich and the poor across the country is growing ever wider. The Wall Street Journal reported just last night that the number of Americans worth tens and hundreds of millions of dollars has boomed. So you have these widespread allegations of grift, to be honest with you, that Donald Trump, his family, his associates have been taking advantage of their positions to get even richer. Why do you think it's not registering? It doesn't seem to be registering with more voters. Do you think they're desensitized by it, that there are just frankly bigger things to worry about, like war, the cost of gas and food? Why is this so important, do you think?
It's hard. I mean, everyday ordinary folk are overwhelmed by what's coming at them. So much is happening. It feels as if the country's coming apart at the seams. I think this reporting on the part of Carol and Jackie is so important because it shows, of course, as you say, the grift at the heart of the Trump administration. that in many ways he doesn't have the country as his first order of priority. It's really his own family and himself that motivates how he governs, how he thinks about America as such. Shows, of course, as you say, the grift at the heart of the Trump administration, that in many ways he doesn't have the country as his first order of priority. It's really his own family and himself that motivates how he governs, how he thinks about America as such. And I think it's important for us to understand that given the assault on democratic institutions, given the assault on the fourth estate, on the press, given the assault on voting and election processes, that Donald Trump's administration is also engaged in an assault on the very moral heart of America. He's in so many ways, Chris, he's attacking the moral fiber of the country, such that we can be desensitized, indifferent to the unethical behavior of our leaders in so many ways. And I think this is really important for us to recognize that it's not just simply politics that's happening. There's a kind of moral attack on the heart that has political implications. And if we don't address that moral side of it, we will in some ways really risk losing the very fabric, the very heart of the country itself, it seems to me.
Wow. Okay, y'all, I'll be back later. If I keep going, I'll never get off of here. I will never. Today is just one of them days. Every time you turn around, something is going on. Something is being exposed. And he is keeping the airways busy. So the media busy. The avoidance, the Epstein files, all of that. Marjorie finally posts. Okay, hold on.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is not going away. She remains more than a thorn in Donald Trump's side. She is a knife, like protruding out of him, that she continues to twist and all of that Big Mac goop all over his sides. And Marjorie Taylor Greene just did it again. After Donald Trump not only suffered a brutal humiliation, but got exposed to what is coming only a few months down the line in the midterms. And it is all while Marjorie Taylor Greene continues to rail against Donald Trump's illegal war and cause problem after problem after problem for him. And those problems have manifested into election losses. And they have hit very close to home, like last night when one special election really perfectly teed up Marjorie Taylor Greene, protruding out of him, that she continues to twist and all of that Big Mac goop all over his sides. And Marjorie Taylor Greene just did it again. After Donald Trump not only suffered a brutal humiliation, but got exposed to what is coming only a few months down the line in the midterms. And it is all while Marjorie Taylor Greene continues to rail against Donald Trump's illegal war and cause problem after problem after problem for him. And those problems have manifested into election losses. And they have hit very close to home, like last night when one special election really perfectly teed up Marjorie Taylor Greene to go off on Donald Trump and say what he is fearing most. But it all begins with what happened inside Mar-a-Lago, or I guess I should say around, that is clearly driving Trump crazy.
How delicious for Democrats this morning. My goodness gracious, they're waking up. Maybe they're going to get brunch at Mar-a-Lago and say yummy, yummy, because this result will make their stomachs feel quite good indeed. Florida's 87th House District election margin, Sarah is laughing over there. Look at this. In 2024, Donald Trump won it by 11 points. Look at this swing all the way to the left. We got Gregory, the Democrat, winning it by 2 points in this state house special election. I will also note that they flipped a state Senate district as well further north in the state. So double fun for Democrats in a state that they have been struggling with. Democrats have lost so much.
Your nutrition can make or break your results. And if you're serious about results but hate cooking, this is for you. I use
power in Florida over the last decade, and then they're able to win in Donald Trump's backyard. Democrats are absolutely loving it this morning.
Democrats are surging in the polls right now, and it is not just because Donald Trump has so thoroughly fucked his presidency, but it is because Democrats, at least some,
are figuring out how to offer up an affirmative vision. This is not just anti-Trump, right? We have failed in being a party that only responds to Donald Trump. We have to talk about the systems that have been put in place in this country that have gotten us here. It is not enough to criticize Donald Trump, but criticize and call out and look to end the reign of terror that the oligarchs have carried out on this country. It is not enough to say we oppose Donald Trump's illegal war, but all new, unnecessary, forever wars started by the rich elites who don't send their kids to fight and die, or in the case of Bibi Netanyahu, send our kids to fight and die on behalf of Israel or on behalf of the military-industrial complex. That is what we have to go after, and that message is clearly resonating. It did in South Florida, and it is across the country. I think Jason Crow is doing a great job delivering it, and it is the perfect lead-in to what Marjorie Taylor Greene just said.
Well, Anna, I'm just thinking about my time as a young paratrooper during the invasion of Iraq and then later as an Army Ranger in Afghanistan, where we spent $5 to $8 trillion in Iraq and Afghanistan, 20 years. We spent all that time to replace the Taliban with the Taliban. And after 10 years in Iraq, we pulled out and ISIS then took over. So we have a bad history of regime change and nation building that ends up poorly. And not just ending up poorly, but thousands of American troops die, trillions of U.S. taxpayer dollars spent. And I'm looking at the chronology here of Iran. But let's take a step back and actually look at the chronology. You had a deal that was negotiated by Barack Obama that had IAEA monitoring, that had limits on nuclear program, that had civil nuclear cooperation, all of the elements that the Trump administration is pursuing now. We had that deal. Trump comes in his first administration, tears that deal up. We've been spending the last 7 years spending money, saber rattling. Now we're at war with Iran. Service members have died. We've spent tens of billions of dollars to go back to the Barack Obama deal. So what is Trump doing here? This is why Congress needs to get involved. This is why we need a strategy, and this is why we actually need a real debate on this and why authorizations from Congress are so important.
This is all pointless. There is no point to what Donald Trump is doing. There is no end goal. Nothing that he says about the negotiations that are happening are even remotely true. It is all fanciful. Even Donald Trump's gift that he got from Iran was a lie. I want to talk about that just in a little bit after we get into what Marjorie said. But let's do that. Let's get into what Marjorie said because it's driving Donald Trump crazy. Marjorie Taylor Greene goes nuclear on Trump as Dems flip Mar-a-Lago. A former President Trump loyalist has twisted the knife after he suffered a humiliating loss in his own backyard. Reacting to the news that Democrat Emily Gregory captured the Florida State House seat that includes his Mar-a-Lago resort, former Trump cheerleader turned nemesis Marjorie Taylor Greene delivered a stark warning. Revisiting her regular concerns about Trump 2.0, she posted on Twitter this morning, complaining that the 79-year-old had effectively turned his back on those who put him into power. Turning your back on your campaign promises and many disgusting behaviors like calling one of your top allies traitor, referring to herself for releasing the Epstein files, and refusing to go along with MAGA apparently has consequences, she unapologetically ranted. Donald Trump is, of course, suffering brutal blow after brutal blow in these special elections, with Marjorie Taylor Greene saying 26 is gone, but keep putting Americans last and 28 will be too. Indeed, Gregory's narrow win could be a sign of things to come for Republicans and the Republican Party ahead of the midterm elections in November. While she won the district by just 2 points, the results mark a dramatic 21-point swing. Her victory comes as the Trump administration is locked in a war with Iran and with kitchen table issues that affect everyday Americans tossed to the wayside. Now, Marjorie Taylor Greene giving a warning of what is to come in the midterms is no surprise. But that last little bit at the end of her post, that last little bit, everything's gonna go wrong in 2026. We already know this. You're already done. That's Marjorie Taylor Greene's warning. But what's her foreshadowing? Keep it up, and the same thing could happen in 28. Little bit of wiggle room there, right? Little bit of wiggle room. Unless we change course, says Marjorie Taylor Greene, unless we start a new MAGA movement, says Marjorie Taylor Greene, unless someone, I wonder who that can be, emerges as the face of a new Republican Party post-Trump, everything is done for. Who is Marjorie Taylor Greene alluding to? Who is Marjorie Taylor Greene? She's talking about herself. She's talking about herself, or she's talking about Thomas Massey, she's talking about Tucker Carlson, three people who I believe will all run for president. And that is going to, more than anything, I think, destroy the Republican Party. And here's why. Donald Trump is not a person who will be able to sit back and watch a 2028 primary without truly suffering a psychotic breakdown. Like, Donald Trump will be throwing ketchup at the walls, that the attention is not all on him. And it's the reason Donald Trump hasn't given an endorsement to Marco Rubio or J.D. Vance or anyone, because he's still holding that attention. But if he gets wiped out in the midterms, which is what's coming, if he has a Marjorie Taylor Greene, maybe a Joe Kent hops in the race, a Tucker Carlson, a Thomas Massey, revolting against him and defining the primary, then the Trump endorsement will start to mean a lot less. And that's going to drive Donald Trump insane. And I think if that is the case, which I believe it will be, I believe it will be someone outside the Republican, quote-unquote, establishment that probably comes out as the victor of the 2028 primary. And I know we're talking a long way down the road, but this is why it's important. Because Donald Trump will not like that.
Jack Smith told him he ain't going nowhere.
He's going to try to make sure that it
I don't even know why he thought
in my mind,
he had gotten him out the way.
Who on the stage in 2016 said, if I'm not the nominee, I won't endorse the nominee, feels that same way about 2028. Do you think Donald Trump's going to be going and doing campaign events for Tucker Carlson or Thomas Massey? Do you even think he would for J.D. Vance? I don't think so. I think Donald Trump wants to leave the White House and say of the Republican Party, it was falling apart before I got here. It is garbage now that I'm leaving. I think Donald Trump will see his party go up in flames in the midterms and say, do you know what? It's because they didn't listen to me enough. Right? He'll somehow turn it against them. Donald Trump has never taken a sliver of accountability in his life. So what Marjorie Taylor Greene right now is setting up is a fight to end the MAGA movement, to start the ultimate civil war within Republicans, which, you know, she's been pushing for, but she's only about to make it so much worse. And that is just a delicious thing to watch.
Sweet.
I'm very much enjoying the fight that is going to be coming, especially because Donald Trump has made the singular issue that people were most upset with him for, the cost of living, he's baked it into now the other issue people are most upset with him for, and that is an illegal and unnecessary war. One that he can't get straight no matter how much he retreats or how much he bombs, and there's no better place to look.
I need for y'all to hit the like button.
In this war than the Strait of Hormuz.
Must be so deeply offensive to those people in Iran who are opponents of the regime to hear Donald Trump talking about the Iranian regime, presumably the Ayatollah, giving him a present. Politico has this report on what Donald Trump's present could be, the present that he's so excited about. It's possible Trump was referring to a ship carrying 2 million barrels of Iraqi crude that passed safely through the Strait of Hormuz, the first tanker to export Iraqi crude since Iran tightened control over the strait, according to Bloomberg. But the White House press office declined to answer any follow-up questions. Several people close to the White House said they were baffled by the president's remarks. Baffled indeed. One ship getting through the strait, and Donald Trump treats it like a...
Hit the like button. How many times I be?
One wonderful present, a quote, very significant prize. But there's new reporting from Bloomberg indicating
this is going to be my last time asking y'all to hit the like button.
Bloomberg says an oil supertanker hauling Iraqi crude whose signal appeared to show it had exited the Strait of Hormuz has not transited the waterway, its manager said. And Donald Trump says that present that may or may not have made it through the strait, that very significant prize means, quote, we're dealing with the right people. The only people who could authorize the movement of a ship in that situation is the current Iranian ruling regime, which is exactly the same ruling regime that was in place before Donald Trump started his war. And so Donald Trump is now desperately saying publicly that he desperately wants to negotiate with the very same regime that was in power before Donald Trump started his war, which means Donald Trump wants to negotiate to leave them in power.
There is no gift. There is no solution. There is no deal. There is just the idiocy of the President of the United States, who has wholly screwed us over as he plays the markets for his benefit.
His benefits and his kids. And all of them have gotten in trouble with the law by the courts this month. This month. For SA, for child trafficking, for stealing and fraud. Yeah, and people are still trying to say he's doing his best. Aww, he's a good old baby with the funky ass diaper. Yeah, shitting through him. Shitting through him. That's what his name should be, shitting through him. Well, shitting through him. He shit through diapers.
Being asked again by Democrats in the House led by did Donald Trump sell top secret classified information, use it for profit, and compromise our national security interests? That's a question that's being asked again by Democrats in the House led by Representative Jamie Raskin after there's been new reporting that Jack Smith told Merrick Garland while he was special counsel in an update report that there were two major pieces of top secret classified evidence or information that Donald Trump kept after his presidency was over. One being so sensitive that only 6 people in the United States, including the president, had the security clearance in order to review it. And yet Trump was waving it around on an airplane, his airplane, from Palm Beach Airport back to LaGuardia Airport back in 2023. And with Susie Wiles as now chief of staff, but then she didn't have a top secret clearance then either, then just the CEO of his super PAC, and a secret war plan document that could relate to the Middle East. And now we get right to it. Jack Smith told Merrick Garland, according to the new report, or the report, and now picked up by Jamie Raskin, that the reason they believe that Donald Trump kept all of these things, his sticky-fingeredness, his hoarding, his refusal to turn it over, was not because he saw them as mementos. It's because he wanted to profit from them, use them in his business transactions and dealings, because at the time he never thought he'd be coming back to office. And so he wanted to profit with it. He was doing business with the Saudi Arabians and the people in Dubai and UAE and the rest for real estate deals and cryptocurrency deals. And he wanted to have something in his back pocket. That's the question that Jamie Raskin raises. And new information that I didn't know before today, until Raskin raised it in his letter to Pam Bondi, is that Pam Bondi, the Department of Justice, may have just violated the very order that they demanded that Judge Cannon put in place to protect Jack Smith's Volume 2, everything about Mar-a-Lago and his investigation can't be produced, has to be permanently banned and barred, even for future departments of justice. And they just cherry-picked information from the report, gave it to the House Republicans to try to make Jack Smith look bad. Now all that did was violate Judge Cannon's order that Bondi demanded. Oh, everybody, and I'll tell you what this was that I flashed on the screen in a moment here on Midas Touch. I'm Michael Popak. Take a minute, hit that free subscribe button for Legal AF YouTube. We knew from our following of the Mar-a-Lago matter that Donald Trump, in his sticky-fingeredness and his hoarding and his taking top secret and classified documents with him, setting them in bathrooms and dining, spilling out into the hallway when the FBI executed their search warrants. We knew that in there were top secret information, classified information. We talked about it. We talked about it at length on Legal AF about war plans and nuclear codes and different things that we believe were in there. We knew about maps that he was showing to people in his office on his plane. He was showing maps to people that were classified while he was writing a book. There was a book writer there, for his former chief of staff, Mark Meadows. We knew all that. What we didn't know was there were other maps and other top secret president's eyes only documents that he was also holding on to, and both on a plane, and this is the aircraft manifest for the plane ride, including Susie Wiles. That's now part of Jamie Raskin's submission to Pam Bondi because he got his hands on it. We know that. We also know about the map, and we know about the document that only 6 people in the world have enough security clearance to review. And we know that Jack Smith, based in his update report that he was providing to Merrick Garland as part of his duties, that he informed Merrick Garland that he thought the working theory was the motive was profit, to sell this information, to use it in his business transactions. Here's what the report actually said. One other thing on the use of classified documents I want to bring to your attention. This is Jack Smith to Merrick Garland. We've identified a classified map that we believe Trump may have shown to individuals on board an airplane after he left office. This is an 11-page memo. Our investigation indicates that Susan Wiles, the CEO of Trump's super PAC, she's now the chief of staff, was aboard the flight and witnessed this event. A further 2 bullet points about the map were redacted in the memo. Yeah, it's not good. So here's how Jamie Raskin puts it. In this letter I'll put up on Legal AF Substack for our paid members. This is Attorney General Bondi. Why would Donald Trump go to such extraordinary lengths to steal classified documents, hoard them, and refuse to return them in the first paragraph? Together with Donald Trump, your Department of Justice has been fighting tooth and nail to gag Special Counsel Jack Smith and bury his report to answer these questions. But apparently blinded by the frenzied search to find any scrap of evidence that could be twisted and distorted to level an attack against Jack Smith, you have quite amazingly missed the fact that some of the documents you provided to the House Republicans to embarrass Jack Smith include damning evidence about your boss's conduct and may well violate the gag order that you and Trump wanted and demanded from Judge Aileen Cannon. He goes further, all in all black and in bold print. We'll put it up on the screen. These new disclosures suggest that Donald Trump stole documents so sensitive that only 6 people in the entire U.S. government had access to them, that the documents he stole pertained to his business interest, and that Susie Wiles, then the CEO of his super PAC, witnessed it, and witnessed him showing off classified map to passengers on his private plane. This glimpse into the trove of evidence behind the cover-up reveals a president of the United States who may have sold out our national security to enrich himself. It's a profit motive. He then went on to outline how Pam Bondi has violated Judge Cannon's order. Judge Cannon just issued an order, because Trump demanded it, in which she not only sealed in a tomb forevermore the Jack Smith's Volume 2 report about Mar-a-Lago and about the espionage and obstruction of justice committed by Donald Trump as alleged, but she also tied the hands of future Department of Justices to ever release it. Well, then how do they get to cherry pick the information that supports it and there was a next to it and give it to the House Republicans? There's no congressional exemption for a judicial order. Well, I didn't really violate it because I gave it to the MAGA Republicans in Congress. That's not a thing. And that's what Jamie Raskin is saying. So somebody's going to have to go back. The problem is, who's going to go back to Judge Cannon? All the parties are on one side. They're all on the Trump side. There's nobody left. There's no independent Department of Justice on this issue. That's why you need a special counsel. Pam Bondi needed to, based on the Department of Justice manual and statute. She should have already appointed a special counsel, right, to replace Jack Smith, to continue representing those interests after the case was over. But she didn't, and she won't.
Evacuation at North Park Mall.
He is the man
in Dallas. Potential, I think he said bomb threat. Shout out to
IG, I'm on Facebook too, guys. I'm live on both of them. So
shout out to Smash the Topic Breaking News. North Park Mall, Park Lane. side by Nordstrom.
Selective outrage. You notice how people treat other people when they're in a different kind of situation. Y'all tell Jay-Z happy birthday, but y'all don't tell. So
Smash the topic.
Cold. That's cold. Selective outrage. Remember that. Yeah, man, they got it blocked off all the way around this bad boy. See, they normally, at least you used to get at least when they had the last one, you was in a parking lot. They didn't want you in a parking lot.
And the following.
They don't even want you in the parking lot. Well, that was because they thought it
and
was
says
shooting.
we're ready to receive the information because we have a sensitive, compartmented information facility, a SCIF. One, who was on the plane with President Trump from Florida, Bedminster, New Jersey on June 3rd, 2022? Who was on the plane? Who on the plane did he show the classified map to? What did the classified...
My day not happy birthday. My day not happy birthday. I'm a Gemini, guys. I'm a Gemini. I'm just saying. I'm just talking about selective outrage. My birthday not today, guys.
It's on the side of Nordstrom's. So he on the side by Kona Grill. The backside.
What's up, y'all?
They have been evacuated.
5G in just a second. I was using base as loose. They want you. It's too much information can't be but that it's a bomb threat. So they gotta go back. They gotta go through this. This is what's gonna happen. They gotta go through the whole mall. That's what they've been at. They gotta clear the whole mall out. Every room, everything. Well, they feel like bombs.
It's windy.
Somebody's head called. I don't know if they called it. Did they say someone called in a bomb threat or just? Everybody, what up out of that? Okay. Yeah.
So I guess he ended it, and I'm going to end it too.